Yi Tian is very strange. Ear is not familiar with Nanhai. Where will he go? But Yi Tian is not too worried. Er's cultivation decides that he will not encounter any danger in Nanhai City. His only worry is that Er will go out and make trouble. After all, he does it like a lot of things on earth. God read a little investigation, lift a eyebrow gently a wrinkle, disappear from the original place. More than 10 miles away, in a hotel that looks quite classy, a huge round table is full of all kinds of breakfast. The breakfast of this hotel is very famous in Nanhai City. Er didn't know how to find it and ordered a whole table. Although the order is many, Er just tasted a few mouthfuls of each and tasted the exotic flavor. When he arrived at the sea view, the monk could open the valley, but Er was just curious about the earth. He saw that Yi Tian came here before he woke up. At this time, on the table in front of Er was a piece of fairy jade. This fairy jade is crystal clear and contains pure aura. It is more brilliant than the jade sold in the jewelry and antique shop, and has no comparison at all. It also belongs to the top grade in Xianyu. Not enough, one more piece. A big man with a tattoo on his arm knocked on the table and was yelling at her. One piece is not enough? Er frowned. She had the impression that a piece of such high-quality Xianyu and Fengsuan Lingyu could buy a luxurious mansion. She just had a meal. Because Yi Tian told her a lot along the way and told her not to take things from Zumaji when there were too many people, so before she came, she took 2 pieces of Xianyu in advance and put them in the windbreaker pocket to pay the bill. There are a lot of Xianyu in her Shumi commandment, which is no less than 100,000 yuan, but she is not stupid. She certainly doesn't want to be a wrongdoer. If you can't pay for your meal and want to eat Overlord's meal, don't try to walk out of here today. The big man continued to threaten Er. He saw that Er must be a lady from a rich family. Moreover, he was a bit retarded. He ordered a big table by himself, but he couldn't name the dishes, so he let them serve. If such a fat sheep is not slaughtered, who else will be slaughtered? Er is a little angry and regrets that she didn't ask the price before dinner. But think if Yi Tian has been warning her, can't get angry, can't hit people, can't smash things, she put this anger down. He took out another piece of fairy jade from his windbreaker pocket and put it on the table. Well, these 2 yuan are for meals, and there are service charges. Are you being served for nothing? Don't you have to take out something? The big man took 2 pieces of fairy jade in his hand and continued to squeeze Er. Is this the cross slope? Do you have a black shop? Suddenly a voice rings out, and then Yi Tian comes in. Brother Yi. Yi-sun see Yi Tian, feel very aggrieved, but Yi Tian don't let him casually hit people, otherwise, she would have been furious. It's okay. I'm here. Yi Tian Chowi Er nodded, and then looked at the big man. Haha, it's okay. The girl ordered the meal and wanted to pay the bill with 2 stones. However, it's not easy for everyone. I'll pay for the meal. You may go. The big man saw Er's brother coming, so he went down the slope and pretended to be a good man. Bring it. In his eyes, Yi Tian stretched out his hand. What? You mean the 2 stones? The big man spread out his hands, both hands were empty, 2 broken stones, I threw them away. Pa! Yi Tian slapped him in the face and hit the man's head with a buzzing sound. His eyes were full of stars. It's Yi Tianjiki's power to suppress himself, otherwise he might fly to the moon directly. Bring it! Yi Tian continued to drink. You are lawless? The man showed his fierce face and kicked Yi Tian crotch. This foot speed is extremely fast, I'll look as exhausted. Some of the onlookers were so scared that they quickly closed their eyes. With the sound of bang, they immediately made up the sound of broken eggs. There's a kind of pain that sounds painful. Then a scream came. At this time, when the diner who closed his eyes opened it again, he saw the tattooed man sitting on the ground, holding the broken leg bone and making a horrible scream. At this time, the people in the hotel retreated one after another, knowing that the big man had kicked the iron egg. Yi Tian glances at the man coldly and moves with his hand. A young onlooker beside him stumbles involuntarily. Then the 2 pieces of fairy jade that the man transferred to him fly out of his pocket and fall on Yi Tian's hand. It's a waste of ordering so many things. Yi Tian took a look at the breakfast full of table, sat down, filled a bowl of bird's nest porridge and drank it. Star, I was beaten in the hotel, you bring some people here. The tattoo man put up the pane, took out the phone and dialed out. Although the voice is very low, Yi Tian can't hear it. He wants to see what's behind this GUI. So he was not in a hurry, chewing slowly and savoring. Don't be complacent. I'm not official about it today. We'll be private. Let me tell you something. My nephew is an expert in the Ancient Martial Arts Institute. You have 2 skills. Don't leave if you have the guts. The tattoo man endured the pain and glared at Yi Tiandao. Yes? How tall is the master? Stars? Are you sure it's not a monkey? Yi Xiansai mouthed a crab bag, while chewing asked. Now don't be afraid to tell you that there are more than 10,000 people in Guwu College. My nephew is enough to rank in the top 10. He is the heaven and man of Lingzhen Awakening and has been nominated as the winner of the annual award fund. I'm afraid you don't know? The average reward fund is 10 million per person, enough to buy you 10 lives. Said the man, gnashing his teeth. Yes? In this way, your nephew is really awesome, Yi Tian sneers. Don't be such a strange face. When you cry, do you think that if you can master some iron cloth skills and small magic skills, you will be invincible? You will never know the terror of the ancient warrior. The big man does not hide his hatred in his eyes. The reason why he never goes to the hospital is that he wants to see the scene of Yi Tian being beaten violently. Yi Tian doesn't care about him anymore and continues to pick and choose. Let alone, some dishes taste good. 10 minutes later, there was a rush of footsteps outside the hotel. Uncle, I'm coming. Before people came in, the voice first came in, and then more than a dozen young people poured in. It's him. Don't beat him to death. I'll take care of everything. Yi Tian's back in the Han Dynasty. Well, uncle, if you don't die, you have to peel him off. The tall young man at the front agreed and rushed to Yi Tian. Yi Tian turns around and gives the visitor a cold look. The young man had raised his fist and stopped in the air, and he was stunned. Fuck him. What are you dawdling about? The big man is very dissatisfied with his nephew's performance. So many people are watching here. This face must be recovered. Yi Tian. The young man paid no attention to the man, stammered out a few words, and his face changed. Not only him, but also more than a dozen people behind him were stunned. Do you know each other? The man saw some signs and asked. Yes, he is also a member of the Guwu Academy, saying we are still classmates, the young man stammered. What happened to the students? Students don't have to think about any feelings, do him. If he could move, he would like to do it himself. Yi Tian stood up with a disappointed expression on his face. Looking at the 10 students of Guwu Academy, he shook his head and said, How does Guwu Academy manage? What kind of goods have you received? Just you? Isn't it a waste of national resources? Yi Tian, sorry, we didn't know it's you, the young man stammered an apology. I don't know? Can it be someone else? Can others do whatever they want? Are you dropping out, or are you waiting to be expelled from school? Yi Tian's face became more and more ugly. They all know about Yi Tian, especially yesterday when they saw Yi Tian coming from the sky. Countless bullets failed to hurt him. Yi Tian is the god in their heart, an example and a goal. They are in awe of Yi Tian, even more than the headmaster. Yi Tian, spare us. We are wrong. Give us a chance. When the young man heard Yi Tian's words, he knelt down in a hurry and begged. A dozen students behind him also knelt down. Ah! The big man and many onlookers were shocked. Yi Tian ignored them, picked up the phone and dialed out, President Meng, some students of Guwu College have violated the school rules. You inform President Zhang to let him deal with it. I'm in Daqin restaurant. Yi Tian, don't. After all, the treatment of Guwu College is the best in the whole of China. There are skyrocketing grants to go to school, and they can learn real things. There is a bright future in the future. Kneeling in the back of a student no today will suffer, secretly stand up to run. Tian suddenly said, "Stop. If anyone drives away today, I promise he will regret it all his life. You are a student, and I am also a student. Why do you care about me?" The student who has already stood up yells and drinks www.novelhall.com, Look at the man running. 2 more people got up and ran out. At this time, Yi Kai waved to the outside of the hotel, and the 3 students who ran out of the hotel flew back to the hotel. With bang bang 3 sound fell to the ground, 3 people hand covered belly stuffy hum up. Today, I will abolish the cultivation of the 3 of you and destroy your spiritual roots. I hope you can become ordinary people who are dedicated to good from now on. Yi Tian's face was expressionless and he poured a cup of tea and drank it. Ah, my mana. The 3 people murmured, their faces turned pale, and even the other people kneeling on the ground were trembling. Some of them were glad they didn't run away with them just now. Yi Tian, you have abandoned my cultivation. I will sue you. A student's face showed a trace of fierce color. Yi Tian put down his teacup and looked at the man sarcastically. Don't you know? If you are expelled from Guwu College, the heaviest punishment is to take back your accomplishments. Now that I have decided to expel you, and you have run away without permission, the abolition of your cultivation is in accordance with the school rules, so that you will not rely on your cultivation and do evil in society. That's the business of Guwu College. Are you just a student? Why? The student snapped. Why? I'll tell you. Just at this time, Principal Zhang Peng came in from outside in a hurry. Yi Tianchao waved his hand, took out the phone and dialed out again. Major Su, I'm Yi Tian. I'm in Daqin restaurant. If you have time, come and see me. Putting down the phone, Yi Tian said to Zhang Peng, please tell them what I am relying on. Zhang Peng looked at them one by one in front of more than a dozen students, and finally walked up to the leading young man, with a look of heartache on his face. Xin Xing, I never thought there would be you in it. Thanks to the college's efforts in training you and giving you the award fund nomination, you are so disappointing. Before entering the hotel, Yi Tian had already voiced the story to Zhang Peng. Naturally, Zhang Peng was extremely angry. With such a student, where did Guwu College become? I tell you that Yi Tian is the founder of the Guwu Academy Reward Fund. He has put out 1 billion yuan as the reward fund for the students. Moreover, after the decision of Guwu Research Institute, Yi Tian is awarded the honorary president of Guwu Academy, with full power to allocate the reward fund and supervise the school spirit and discipline. And I'm the executive principal. Yi Tian, no, it should be called Dean Yi. His words are the decision of the college. Is this explanation enough? Zhang Peng slowly sat down on the chair and said sternly in his voice. Of course, Xin Xing, your award fund nomination has been cancelled from now on. I hope you will be good people after you leave the college. President Yi, President Zhang, we know we are wrong. Please forgive us and give us another chance. More than a dozen students knelt down and begged. That depends on what Dean Yi means. Zhang Peng looks at Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at the crowd. If you can change your mind, you will be given a chance, but you can't go back to Guwu College. Stand aside and wait for the chance to see if you can take it. More than a dozen students' faces were slightly better, and they stood up with doubts on their faces. The tattooed man was sweating all over his head at this time. I didn't know whether it was pain or other reasons. A few minutes later, a burst of motor roar, a dozen military off-road vehicles stopped at the door of the hotel. Several soldiers in stiff military uniforms came in. Major Su Delan and Colonel Lin Quan are also inside. But they were surrounded by an officer, who seemed to be in his 40s, with thick eyebrows and dignity. Master Yi, this is Senior Colonel Yuan. He's here specially to meet the master. Sudlin pointed to the officer and introduced. Senior Colonel Yuan Yi is the highest officer of Nanhai Garrison. Many people have heard of him. Now they are surprised to hear that Senior Colonel Yuan came to see Yi Tian himself, and they have retreated a little. Yi Tian and Yuan Yi shook hands and exchanged greetings. There was no detention because of the difference in age and official position. During the conversation, the words and bearing were just right, which made Yuan Yi look at each other with new eyes. Ha, Master Yi, you must have something to do with Major Su. Deal with your affairs first, and we'll talk about it later. After the greetings, Yuan Yi said. Yi Tian nodded and pointed to the dozen students. Major Su, these people are students of Guwu College. They have just been expelled because they have violated the school rules. If the military gives them a chance to join the army, they can choose as many as they can, and choose the rest. According to the school rules, Guwu College will abolish cultivation. Major Su looked at Lin Quan and Yuan Yi. Seeing that they both nodded, he said, well, let's make an investigation first, and then we can make a decision. With that, he left the hotel with more than a dozen people who had not been abandoned. Master Yi, can you move and talk in the car? Yuan Yi said politely. Yi Tian's stay in the South China Sea is just waiting for further contact with the military. Naturally, he won't refuse. He goes to the bar, settles the meal, and then leaves the hotel. Yuan Yi has already sat in the back of the car, and Yi Tian has sat next to him. The full-time driver has left, and only Colonel Lin Quan is in the co-driver's seat. I know everything about yesterday. If you're polite, I'll forget it. It's all Chinese people. I should do my best for them. Yuan Yi took the lead in saying, last night, Colonel Lin submitted a report overnight, clarifying his views on the issues of forbidden air and ancient martial arts practitioners. The main point is that the ban on airspace should be abolished, and convenient conditions should be provided for the ancient martial arts practitioners to participate in the war. Moreover, in the early morning, we specially requested the General Headquarters to hold a network meeting to discuss this issue. At this point, Yuan Yi stopped and looked out of the window. A trace of worry appeared on his face. Then he turned his head and continued, however, things are not very optimistic. The opinions of the General Headquarters and other war zones are very unified. In principle, the defense of scientific and technological weapons should be given priority to, and the significance of airban should not be ignored. Some powerful Tianwai friars can ignore the forbidden air, but most of them are still hit by the forbidden air. In particular, the General Headquarters stressed that we should not lead from point to area, and we should not ignore the important role of the airban just because of a special situation. Yi Tian knows that the special circumstances mentioned by Yuan Yi refer to his killing of Tianwai friars yesterday. Yuan Yi continued, the opinions of the war zones are also that the burden of resisting Tianwai monks should not be placed on the ancient martial arts practitioners. There has been a bloody lesson before. Once the ancient martial arts practitioners are unable to complete their tasks, the overall situation will be in a passive situation, and readjusting the combat plan will delay the war. The final opinion of the General Headquarters is that the ancient martial arts practitioners can follow the orders and participate in the implementation of tasks. Of course, if the ancient martial arts practitioners want to take the initiative to attack and fight with Tianwai friars on their own, the military's overall strategy of indiscriminate attack will not change. After all, I lost confidence in the ancient martial arts practitioners. Hearing this, Yi Tian laughed with disapproval. The best defense is attack, blindly passive defense can only be firefighting defense. If someone sets fire and then saves it, the loss is inevitable, just how much? If we do not exterminate Tianwai friars before setting fire, we can only be in a passive situation. Yuan Yeto, we all know this truth. Before, we also took the initiative to attack, but on the contrary, we missed the opportunity. However, the early morning meeting was not without any good news. With my efforts, there is good news, otherwise I will not come to you today. The General Headquarters agreed to lift the air ban in Nanhai City, but only in my defense area. Moreover, once there is a problem, the General Headquarters will only ask me. This is the only condition. So, I'm going to break the game with my body. When Yi Tian heard the speech, he took a deep look at Yuan Yi. He still admired the general for his courage and responsibility. Don't worry, Senior Colonel Yuan. Since you dare to gamble, I won't let you lose. Yi Tian solemnly promises that this is good news for him. If he breaks a gap, he may expand his achievements. Is there anything you need us to do about this? Yuan Yi holds Yi Tian's hand and pats it. Before looking for Yi Tian today, he has put some information about Yi Tian on his desk. He has read it all carefully and knows a lot about Yi Tian's experience. Yi Tian has already thought about these problems, but his layout is not limited to Nanhai City, so he pondered, I need a nickname that can be called Shinfeng Army. How about it? Yes, I can report to the general headquarters as an extra staff organization of ancient martial arts practitioners. Yuan Yi immediately nodded and agreed. Yi Tian added, for the time being, the Shinfeng Army needs 100 special passes, which can be passed at will throughout the country. Of course, when passing through the air, if the artillery bombards, it is not afraid to waste the shells, and the aircraft chases, it is not afraid to waste the fuel. Okay, this is no problem. I can also ask the general headquarters for instructions. Yuan Yi was amused by Yi Tian's words, and then asked, are you sure about 100? Ordinary practitioners had better not die. It's my problem. Don't worry about it, Major Yuan. The problem of identity is solved, and Yi Tian is in a better mood. Any other questions? Yuan Yi asked again. Yi Tian nodded. Also, I need 100 anonymous phone cards, convenient to contact at any time. There's no problem with that. Yuan Yi was as happy as ever. Good. Yi Tian thumped his thigh. There is only one last request left. I need to know the real-time news push of Tianwai monks' attacks all over the country at any time. If the people of Shinfeng Army are all in the South China Sea, it will be a huge waste. If they have this information and have the conditions, my people will go to support them at the first time. On this issue, Yuan Yi hesitated. It's a good thing, but I don't have the authority here. I'd better ask the general headquarters for instructions. You wait for my information, and the rest can be done now. Well, I'll wait for the good news from General Yuan. Yi Tian nodded. Whether to equip the Shinfeng Army with uniform clothes or not, or to distinguish between the enemy and ourselves, so as to avoid accidental injury in the future. Yuan Yi thought about it and proposed. Yi Tian waved his hand, I don't need this. I've thought about it. Tianwai friars are easy to imitate. Don't make a fool of yourself at that time. That's it. Let me know if you have any news. With that, Yi Tianxia took off-road vehicles. Brother Yi, where are we going now? Ear, who had been waiting for nothing, ran over immediately. Let's go and show you around. I'll buy you anything I like. Yi Tian takes out his SUV, greets Ear to go up, and drives away quickly. This is the superpower of the cultivator. Captain Lin, I'll go back and contact the general headquarters as soon as I can about the Naka and the pass. Looking at the magical scene just now, Yuan Yi's mood can't help but be inspired. Yi Tian takes Ear to Bilan Building, the biggest shopping mall in Nanhai City, to sweep the goods. Until more than 2 hours later, I received a call from Lin Quan. He took people to the shopping mall and sent the special pass and telephone card, which were all serial numbers and easy to remember. Yi Tian is very satisfied with Lin Quan's carefulness. Special pass is also very elaborate, with anti-counterfeiting signs, can scan the code electronically, with the words Shinfeng Army on it, and also with the code. And the texture is very strong, almost no shortcomings. The two most troublesome things are solved. Yi Tian is in a good mood. He quickly buys the rest of the things and leaves the mall with Ear. This time, Yi Tian doesn't continue to drive. He takes Ear to fly around Nanhai City, and his mind scans it, but finds nothing wrong. Then he left the city and came to the mountains in the south of the city. Take out the magic weapon cave, Yi Tian and Ear go in together. Morong Yan is practicing with those temple disciples. Usually, there are only 5 pieces of fairy jade for the outer disciples every month. Although they come to the earth, the temple gives them to the inner disciples according to the standards of the inner disciples. They only give them 240 pieces for 1 year at a time. Of course, Morong Yan needs more than 1,000 yuan. Yi Tian took out 100,000 xianyu at one time, and no one shared nearly 2,000. Of course, they would not waste so many resources. When Yi Tian and Ear come back, they immediately end their cultivation and come round. Yi Tian began to issue passes, mobile phones, mobile phone cards and power bank. Teach them how to use it and how to charge it. Then we will give you clothes, shoes, and some daily necessities. Now that we are on the earth, we should try our best to erase the traces of the square-inch spiritual realm, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Then everyone sent out a map book to familiarize us with the terrain. These are all necessary preparations, and what should be explained has also been explained. After everything was done, it took a lot of time. Yi Tian asked for everyone's opinions. Except Er, everyone else chose to continue to practice in the cave. If necessary, they would come out at any time. This is a great opportunity for them to practice outside the temple. Sufficient resources, sufficient time and suitable environment. Yi Tian naturally put away the cave with their intention. Yi Tian and Er's imperial sword flew back to the South China Sea to inspect the sky above the city. Since Yuan Yi lifted the airban for him, for at least 2 days, he must make sure that there is absolutely no accident in the South China Sea. A man and a woman, flying in the sky, like a golden girl, attracted countless people to look up. For a time caused a huge sensation. Do not know how many pairs of eyes with the figure of 2 people back and forth. Sure enough, it's the focus of attention. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Tian, who was on patrol, suddenly looks to the west. Er, there is a monk coming. Let's do him. Er gestured and excitedly took out a small half-immortal soldier flying sword. No way. Your accomplishments are too low. There are 22 people coming. The weakest are more powerful than you. Yi Tian looks at Er and laughs. Give it to me. Er tuts a small mouth. What? Yi Tian was stunned. Pills, it's time for my mother to come here. All the pills for cultivation are from you. Er's 5 fingers hooked at the same time. Oh, I see. Your mother has let you eat a big family. Although Yi Tian said so, he gave Er a jade bottle. You can only eat one at a time. Do you understand the flow of water? Er took it with a smile. It's not the problem of long flow but not long flow. It's time to burst the dike after eating too much. Yi Tian admonishes away, finished saying, his body shape moves to take Yi Sun to fly to the west. This war must not be carried out in the urban area of Nanhai, otherwise it may spread too widely. Flying more than 20 miles, near the edge of the city, the naked eye can already see 22 monks flying in the distance. Yi Tian's body flashed and left Er to meet each other. When there are only 3 or 4 Li left on both sides, Yi Tian releases the magic weapon cave and calls Morong Yen and others out. Almost at the same time, more than 6,000 wire ants turned into black lights and rushed at each other. Yi Tian, Morong Yen and other 55 temple disciples followed. By the time they met each other, some of the 22 friars had begun to fall from the sky and died in the hands of the wire ant. After Yi Tian killed 1 person, the battle was over. Even Morong Yen and others didn't even have a chance to fight. The rest of Tianwai monks had been killed by Tian ants. 22 monks, almost killed. Well, go clean the battlefield. Yi Tian put away the wire ants and said to Morong Yen. Morong Yen and Su Xiao are extremely depressed. What's more, Er just arrived at this time. How can others enter the battlefield? But she didn't even touch the side. These friars had a keen sense of 6 senses, and they had heard the cheers coming from the city. It's cheering for them. It's cheering for victory. What Yi Tian wants is this effect. He needs a big victory to build momentum for Shinfeng army and pave the way for later actions. So he made all the 56 temple disciples show up. Show me the power of the kamikaze army. Although the battle record was made by Tian ants, no one could see Tian ants at this height. When they saw it, Shinfeng army rushed over and killed Tianwai monk. Temple disciples fell to the ground to clean the battlefield. Yi Tian took out the phone, dial Yuan Yi. Colonel Yuan, a total of 22 Tianwai friars attacked Nanhai. They have all been wiped out. The dead bodies are in the south of the city. Please send someone to clean them up. Well done, well done, well done, well done. I'll send someone right away. There will be a large number of reporters. It's definitely a big news tonight. Yi Tian hears Yuan Yi clapping the table on the phone.
Senior Colonel Yuan, these 22 Tianwai friars may have come to avenge the 3 men yesterday. In order to hide the strength of the Xinfeng army, the Xinfeng army can be seen by the public, but it must not be seen on TV.
Please understand that. Yi Tian hastened to remind him. Okay, I understand.
All materials submitted need our approval.
We will pay attention to this aspect. I'll see you later. I'll lead the team over.
Soon after putting down the phone, Morong Yen flies to Yi Tian and hands a pile of Xiumi precepts to Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at it and said, "You are responsible for the distribution of all the spoils seized."
I don't want one. But it's all thanks to Taixianyi. Our temple disciples didn't do anything. Morong Yen said with some embarrassment. I'm the leader of the Xinfeng army. You are the people of the Xinfeng army.
My words are orders. And we should make it clear to them that we should pass on information on the phone, really regard ourselves as a member of the Sacred Wind Army, and stop using the word temple. The calls of these telephone numbers are likely to be monitored. If the secrets of Tianwai friars are exposed, the operation will not be so convenient. Yi Tian once again warned that he had solemnly explained once before in the magic cave, but Morong Yen couldn't turn around for a while.
Yes, Chief. Morong Yen looks at Yi Tian gratefully and flies down.
By the way, Ear, you have a special pass now.
Don't change into this. Yi Tian then looks at Ear.
She still appears in the form of Qin Luo God.
I like this. It's troublesome to change.
Yi Sun touched his face and said with a smile.
Oh, I see. You think it looks better than yourself, don't you? Yi Tian excited her.
Forget it, I like myself better. Sure enough, the little girl was made to change her mind by Yi Tian's words. On the ground, vehicles came out one after another, and citizens flocked to see the battlefield with their own eyes. 22 incomplete bodies of friars were placed in a row, and some timid people watched from a distance. Yi Tian and the disciples of the temple are floating in the low sky. In the eyes of the public, they are very popular. After a while, a dozen military vehicles came quickly. Led by Senior Colonel Yuan Yi, for soldiers in the back, carrying the big flag embroidered with the words Xinfeng Army, inserted beside the body. After seeing many reporters carrying long guns in short bubbles, Yi Tian waved to Yuan Yi and Lin Quan and left here with his temple disciples. That night, as soon as it got dark, fireworks rose in the urban area. And more fireworks, the whole Nanhai city into a sea of fireworks, lasting.
Firecrackers are also loud, more lively than the Chinese New Year.
In their own way, the common people celebrated this extremely rare victory. While patrolling over the South China Sea, Yi Tian turned on his mobile TV to watch today's news.
The first important news is about today's great victory. The bodies of 22 celestial monks appear in the picture. And the Xinfeng army flag flying in the wind. Senior Colonel Yuan Yi was interviewed by reporters on TV.
He was upright and said with a resounding voice, Tianwai friars are not terrible or invincible.
Nanhai City cancelled the air ban. In the face of Tianwai friars, the soldiers of Xinfeng army in the newly established Nanhai garrison war zone soared into the air to fight.
It took 5.58 seconds to annihilate the enemy, and no one escaped.
Kamikaze had no casualties. This is an epoch-making victory. We firmly believe that the victory will belong to us in the end.
Oh, 5 seconds 58.
Hearing this, Yi Tian smiles. He really doesn't know this time. Is it so accurate?
I don't know whether it was calculated by Yuan Ye's stopwatch or by Meng.
Anyway, he should remember it a little longer than this. However, the next news, Yi Tian did not laugh out.
The host broadcast the news of Tianwai monks' attacks one after another in a deep voice.
Songfeng City in southern Yunnan was attacked by extremely vicious Tianwai monks.
The number is unknown, resulting in more than 6,800 deaths, more than 16,000 injuries, and more than 4,200 lost contact.
Detailed data are being compiled.
Many areas in western Fujian were attacked by Tianwai monks, resulting in 66 buildings collapsing, 23 buildings causing varying degrees of damage, and 13 combat aircraft being shot down.
The losses caused by this attack are being counted. The Dalongshhan military airport was attacked by Tianwai friars.
66 armed helicopters and 16 fighter planes were damaged. The runway of the airport was completely damaged.
The casualties are being counted.
2 artillery positions in Tianzhu Mountain were attacked by Tianwai friars, which damaged 128 guns and caused a large number of ammunition explosions.
Casualties are being counted.
One bad news after another, a total of more than 200, a full broadcast of more than 3 hours, far beyond the previous broadcast time. At the end of the special program, another piece of breaking news was added. Xinzhou City was attacked by an unknown number of Tianwai monks, and the military has sent 40 armed helicopters and fighter planes to support, especially reminding the general public not to panic, not to go out, and to take good security precautions.
Xinzhou?
Yi Tian's face changed as he listened to the news. He drove his fierce sword towards the west.
While flying, he dialed Yuan Ye's phone. Major Yuan, there is an enemy situation in Xinzhou. I'll go there right away. I hope I can make it in time. Okay, I'll send you a helicopter right away. Yuan Ye's urgent voice came from the phone.
Obviously, he also knew the situation, and he was probably watching the broadcast.
No, the plane is too slow.
During the period when I went to Nanhai, there was no one from Shinfeng army.
Call me whenever you have something, and you will be back soon. With that, he hung up. The plane is too slow?
In the garrison theater office, Yuan Yi holds a cell phone with a beep voice, grins bitterly and shakes his head, then calls to arrange the defense of the South China Sea. Xinzhou is more than 700 miles away from the South China Sea. Yi Tian tries his best to urge the fierce soldiers to fly swords. He has reached the border of Xinzhou in 20 minutes. Xinyan let go, found that Xinzhou city ignited a number of fires, flames into the Sky 4 helicopters, are frantically shooting. A helicopter was suddenly destroyed by a monk Fengdun who suddenly appeared.
It fell into the city and started a fire.
In the city, there was a lot of gunfire and fire.
The fighting continues.
Within the scope of his mind, Yi Tian found 68 monks outside the sky, some fighting with fighters, some wantonly attacking the ground. Although the firepower in the city was dense, the shooting was blind and could not reach those Tianwai monks. In the fast flight, Yi Tian dials Yuan Ye's phone again. Senior Colonel Yuan, I have led the Shinfeng army to Xinzhou.
Can I contact the Xinzhou military? Unless there are friars attacking, don't shoot blindly and let the air support return to the base, otherwise none of them can go back. So fast? Okay, I'm on my way too. Contact me right away. Yuan Yi promised to hang up in a hurry.
After flying more than 60 li, Yi Tian suddenly released the magic weapon cave and called out all the people inside.
There are 68 Tianwai friars in the front. The highest cultivation is in the late stage of Longmen realm, and the lowest cultivation is in the early stage of Longmen realm. Kill them all.
Solve the battle as quickly as possible. Yi Tian issued a battle order in a hurry, and then shot into the city of Xinzhou in a flash. He did not forget to leave 2 shadowless snakes behind to protect Yi.
She was the slowest and the weakest.
It is estimated that when she arrived, the battle was over. When it was about to reach the edge of the city, the remaining 3 planes suddenly sped away, and the gunfire in the city had stopped. At the same time, Yi Tian Yuan released more than 6,000 clematis and divided them into 10 groups to rush in all directions. Almost at the same time, his flying sword suddenly cuts to a monk in the middle of Longmen realm.
Under Yuan Tian's eyes, the man is clearly seen by Yi Tian.
Although Yi Tian's accomplishments at this time were only in the early stage of Longmen realm, his strength was completely comparable to that in the early stage of Jindan realm. With one sword, the monk was cut in half. At this time, 10 groups of clematis had already entangled many friars flying out of the city. 10 groups turned into 15 groups, and then into 20 groups. As long as there were friars, Yi Tian separated some clematis and entangled them. Now his mind is particularly powerful, and he can command these wire ants easily. In this short period of time, Morong Yen and other temple disciples have also arrived. The figures are scattered, and they rush to find their own targets.
Withdraw, how can there be so many powerful monks here?
A monk outside the sky was shouting and flying out of the city, with a look of astonishment on his face. Before he could escape, a dark shadow came and swallowed him up. There were shouts from other places, but they were killed by Morong Yen.
This friar in the early period of Longmen was not the enemy of Morong Yen.
At this time, Su Xiao also found an opponent and attacked him several times, cutting him down. The first group of friars who were attacked by Clematis had all fallen under the terrible gnawing, and then they found the second group of friars.
At this time, Yi Tian no longer joined the battle group.
He put his mind to the extreme and covered the surrounding area of more than 100 li. He saw that Ir was on his way here without any danger. Then turn your attention to other places. Suddenly, he shot to the north. There was a monk who had escaped more than 30 miles.
Yi Tian's speed is extremely terrifying.
In a moment, he is caught up with him. The other party is aware that someone is chasing him. He runs away in a hurry, but he can't escape from Yi Tian's idea and Yuan Tian's eye. The monk in the later period of Longmen realm was killed by Yi Tian with a sword and put his body into Zumaji. Yi Tian moved again and intercepted another monk who tried to escape.
Almost a second kill.
When the Clematis looked for a new target for the third time, they could hardly find it, and there were few remaining friars. At this time, Yi Tian's figure suddenly disappeared from the original place.
When he reappeared, he was behind a fleeing monk Tianwei.
The fierce soldier's flying sword cut off quickly, and the monk held up his sword to stop him. With a click, the flying sword was cut off by the fierce soldier's flying sword, and an arm fell immediately.
Yi Tian claps his hand on his opponent's abdomen. He vomits his strength in his hand and discards his cultivation.
Then he points his fingers on the monk continuously, closes his acupoints and begins to search for his soul. It took him a long time to throw up the body.
Under the investigation of Xinyan, no one was found.
The rest were disciples of the temple.
There are 56 people, including Er. Yi Tian, completely relieved, looked at the burning fire below, and yelled, "Firefighting!
Take the temple disciples and fly over a river 20 miles outside the city.
Use empty sumajing irrigation to start watering."
After the disciples of the temple came to the world, they captured a lot of them. Each of them had several empty sutras, and then they took water with Yi Tian. Yi Tian filled more than 20 Shumi commandments in a row, then flew back quickly to the place where the fire started, and poured the water from Shumi commandment out of the air. The firefighting water is so powerful that Yi Tian sends a message to the disciples of the temple to disperse the water with mana.
As the mana hits the pouring water, the water diffuses. The scene is like more than 50 immortals reigning in the void.
Nearly 100 fires, with the Tianshui landing, gradually controlled the fire, and then gradually extinguished. Although Er didn't catch up to take part in the battle, she was a part of the firemen. Seeing that the fire was burning so badly, she tried her best to save it. 10 minutes later, all the fires in the city have been put out, suspended in the night sky of Qingzhou. Yi Tian's heart is particularly heavy. Normally, the bustling Qingzhou city is in a mess at this time. In my mind, you can see bodies and collapsed buildings on the street everywhere.
People's crying is earth-shaking, as if the end of the world is coming.
The disciples of the temple were also sad. These were the evils of the monks who came from the square-inch spiritual realm.
I don't know how many families were destroyed this time. Clean up the battlefield.
Yi Tian's voice is so low that this time, he has no joy after victory.
I'm still too late.
More than half an hour later, Morong Yen flew back to Yi Tian. "Chief, only 66 bodies have been found."
"Oh, here it is." Yi Tian takes out 2 corpses from Shumi commandment and gives them to Morong Yen.
Morong Yen took down Shumi ring, fell to the ground, put the 2 bodies and the others together.
Yi Tian also falls and walks over.
A group of soldiers came slowly from a distance.
Yi Tian didn't have to look, but he knew who they were.
When Yuan Yi came by helicopter, he saw that he must be accompanied by the highest theater officer of Qingzhou. The man was an old man with white hair on his temples. He walked heavily. Master Yi, this is General Li Guangjun, Commander-in-Chief of Qinzhou Garrison Theater.
In front of Yi Tian, Yuan Yi said. Master Yi, I'm very sorry that such a thing happened. I'm very sorry.
When I was in the connection meeting yesterday, I strongly advocated strictly enforcing the air ban and not advocating that the ancient martial arts practitioners should intervene in the battle.
Now it seems that I'm wrong. I'm very wrong, but it's too costly to realize this mistake.
Yi Tian didn't let go of his hand and comforted him. Don't say that, General Li. Even if today's ban on the air in Qinzhou is lifted, the Sacred Wind Army may not know in advance about the attack of Tianwai friars. It's all the sins of those ferocious Tianwai friars. General Li has tried his best, and some heroes who died in order to destroy the enemy have also tried their best.
It's against Yi Tian's will to say that.
If the ban is really lifted, Yi Tian will surely patrol for at least 1,000 miles nearby, which is likely to avoid today's tragedy.
But in the face of a white-haired general, an old man, for the safety of Qinzhou, what else can Yi Tian say?
In fact, Yi Tian originally planned to look around, but when he thought about where he was, the plane came all the way to attack him.
He might not be able to detect the enemy's situation.
First, he disrupted the deployment of his own people.
The territory of China is too large, and there are too few more than 20 Liangxingkong, so the scope of observation is limited.
But it is clear that Yi Tian's words have played a certain role in consolation. General Li nodded heavily. Today, I really thank you, otherwise Qinzhou may be destroyed, and those Tianwai monks will not die. I don't know how many disasters will bring to China. Pointing to the rows of corpses on the ground, he continued, so many Tianwai friars have been wiped out by you in a moment.
Who said that the ancient martial arts practitioners are useless? Yi Tian didn't take up the topic.
He looked at Yuan Yi. The two leaders may also find that today's Tianwai friars have caused more disasters than any other day in the past, because they have come to help, and a new group of Tianwai friars have arrived.
How many people have come?
At the same time, General Li and Senior Colonel Yuan looked at each other and asked.
The specific number is not sure, it should not be less than 300 people.
This is read from their memory, they are not sure, because these days the monks are not in the same camp.
Yi Tian replied truthfully.
Senior Colonel Yuan and General Li looked at each other and saw the deep powerlessness in each other's eyes.
Master Yi, if you lift the air ban completely and give enough support to the Shinfeng team, how sure are you to defeat the Tianwai friars? After thinking about it, General Li looks at Yi Tian hopefully. Yi Tian pondered, the coming monks will be more and more powerful.
I can only say that as long as I don't die, I will kill them all.
Well, that's enough for you.
General Li shook Yi Tian's hand again, and then turned to Yuan Yi. Let's report to the general headquarters together. After all, the role of aircraft and artillery is limited. Well, just wait for the old general's words. The hands of the two soldiers came together.
After they left, Yi Tian took them to the river outside Qinzhou.
Fellow Taoists, originally I went to the Earth Star for the mission arranged by the Temple Master, but now I drag you in.
Before Yi Tian finished speaking, Morong Yen interrupted, don't say that, Yi Daoyu. Without you, we would have died in the world of spirits. Now that the space passage collapses, you can't return to the square-inch spiritual realm even if you finish the task. You'd better solve those hateful monks first. Well, I can't do anything.
As for the spiritual materials, I have a lot here. I'll refine the pills for you to help you cultivate, so as not to delay your entry.
Yi Tian nodded. Morong Yen chuckled and said, we don't need the spirit material of Dao Yu.
Before we came here, the Lord of the Temple had already provided each of us with spirit material.
Dao Yu just need to help us refine it. If you don't use it, use Dao Yu's again. It seems that your temple master has already got my idea. Yi Tian showed the appearance of smiling but not laughing. We don't know. Anyway, that's what the Lord said. Morong Yen also laughed. Well, no matter what, I'm Alchemy. If you're always by my side, I promise you'll all enter Yupu realm. Yi Tian made a solemn promise. If you are always by my side, I guarantee that you will all enter Yupu realm.
Yi Tian's words are like a bomb in the water, which makes everyone's heart full of waves, and all of them are stunned. As if dreaming in general, and as if listening to the same, straight looking at Yi Tian, it seems that Yi Tian is joking. Everyone knows that the difficulty of entering Yupu realm is countless.
No one has counted how many millions? Must? Or hundreds of millions?
However, only a few dozen people, no more than 100 of them, have really entered Yupu. Not to mention the realm of Jade, even the realm of Yuanying, there are so many gifted monks stuck in this step that they can't make any progress in their whole life, not to mention the realm of deification and even the realm of Jade. These people were originally disciples of the temple. They may have imagined that they would become Jade Park one day, but it was just a flash in the pan.
No one thought it would come true.
Their biggest wish, perhaps one day enough luck to achieve the goal, is to achieve the Golden Elixir realm, or cultivate to the Yuanying realm. They look young, but their real age is more than 10 years old.
It's just because of cultivation. They look like Yi Tian, but their bone age is there. Monks have a long life.
Because of their physique and mana, for example, those monks and longmen have a lifespan of 180 to 200 years. But some monks often need more than 10 years or even decades to break through a small realm, let alone a big realm. Moreover, the reason why these temple disciples were divided into the outer gate was that there was nothing outstanding in their cultivation ability, let alone compared with those talents. What's more, they can't do nothing every day, just concentrate on cultivation, and complicated affairs will exhaust a lot of time. It's very likely that Shou Yuan has been exhausted and become a pile of bones without touching Yuanying or the threshold of the divine realm.
How can we have the chance to enter the realm of Jade? Not only other people don't believe Yi Tian's words, but even Morong Yen can't believe it at all. Although he knew that Yi Tian used to be a great monk in Yupu realm, and even she had no doubt that many years later Yi Tian could enter Yupu realm again, but that was Yi Tian, who was once Emperor Dan. It will never be her. It won't be her fellow disciples who used to be outside the temple.
However, seeing that Yi Tian spoke so seriously, Morong Yen could not help but feel a little confused.
Chief, I can't believe that with our talent, how can we enter Yupu's realm that day?
She laughed at herself and said her doubts tactfully.
Her words represent almost everyone's thoughts.
At this time, when Morong Yen said this, they all looked at Yi Tian, with a trace of expectation, a trace of tension, and more importantly, the frustration of being surrounded by darkness after suddenly seeing the light.
Oh, it's just a dream to be a great monk in Yupu. Yi Tian naturally knew what they were thinking.
He nodded his head with clear eyes and said, maybe you can't get into the Jade Pu realm and the square-inch spirit realm. Maybe, if you don't follow me, you can't enter into Yupu, but now, with me, I will be sure enough to fulfill my promise.
Of course, I will solve your doubts now. First of all, you are worried about Shou Yuan.
I can tell you without reservation that I can arrange a field, which can make the time flow in the field twice as slow as that in the outside world, but the aging speed of body function is the same as that in the outside world.
What does this stand for? It represents that we have doubled our training time.
Morong Yan's eyes brightened and murmured back, we've never heard of this kind of field.
Oh, I haven't heard of it. It doesn't mean I don't have it. It doesn't mean I can't arrange it.
It's just that the resources needed to set up this kind of field are huge, at least 800,000 Shenyu, and many precious materials are needed. So now, I can only set up a field with twice the time flow velocity. If there are enough resources in the future, I can even set up a field with twice or even 3 times the time flow velocity.
Yi Tian said confidently.
If you can enter such a field to practice, I believe you will have more chances to enter Yupu.
Chief, if you don't want to take all our Shenyu, we have to do our best to set up the field. Morong Yen said excitedly. Other disciples got excited and immediately echoed.
Yi Tian pressed his hands and stopped the crowd. You don't need to take Shenyu to decorate such a field.
Please listen to me quietly. That's just one factor.
The second factor is that I can arrange a kind of aura field, which can be 10 to 20 times of the outside world, and can be superimposed with the field that changes the flow rate of events.
How much more do you think the chance of entering Yupu realm is increased? Really? Some people cover their mouths, some people's eyes shine again. Great.
Chief, I know the spirit gathering array, but it said that it can only increase the spirit concentration by 3 to 5 times. If it can reach 10 to 20 times, it's really incredible. If what the leader said can be realized, I believe that Su Xiao should have a 30% chance to enter Yupu. Su Xiao was also excited. For a moment, the crowd was agitated, and everyone was excited. At least these two things mentioned by Yi Tian will definitely give them a chance to enter the Yupu realm, but these two conditions are not enough. Why, forget what I said. You listen quietly. I'm not finished. And the third point. Yi Tian smiles gently. The scene quiets down, and all eyes look at Yi Tian at the same time. Yi Tianying looked at the crowd. Third, I can also set up a field, which is superimposed with the field mentioned before. This field has the magical effect of chopping hair, washing marrow, and improving physique. That is to say, you can continuously change your physique by practicing in it, and you will enter the country faster and faster. Against the sky. Someone cheers. Yi Tian had to suppress the cheers of all the people again. Fourth, when you encounter the bottleneck, I will give you the pills to break through the bottleneck. No matter it's any realm or any bottleneck, my pills will break through all the barriers you encounter, and let you break through the Yupu realm all the way without bottleneck. Chief, I think I can't help crying. If I can't break through to Yupu, I think I should be a pig. Tu Jun, who had never thought about it and didn't dare to think about it, seized Yi Tian's sleeve excitedly. His eyes shed tears and his body trembled slightly. At this moment, the mood was boiling, and all the temple disciples were inexplicably excited. Increase the time, increase the concentration of aura, improve the qualification, and provide elixir. If you can't enter the Yupu realm in this way, it's really a pig, as Tu Jun said. Maybe a clever Zhu, under such circumstances, can also break through to the Jade Pu realm. In the past, it was only a fantasy that Jin entered the Jade Park. Yi Tian talked about two factors and it began to become a possibility. Now, everyone thinks that Jin entered the Jade Park is inevitable. This is an important moment to change the fate of one's life. The future will be rewritten from now on. How can the great monk Yupujing, who has achieved so many people's expectations, not be overjoyed? Yi Tian once again stopped all humanity. Think about it, when you enter the Jade Park, there will be more than 50 people, more than 50 Jade Parks, and many of them will enter the Palace of Heaven. At that time, you will be the same people who live and die together, and more than 50 Jade Parks can walk across the sky. In the future, all the heavens and regions will be yours. You will have the strongest circle of friends in history. You are the masters of the universe. But there is one thing. If you lie down and sleep every day, don't think about making progress, and want to achieve Yupu realm in your dream, then don't wake up again. It can be said that Yi Tian's words are very emotional, but the power contained in them makes everyone's emotions reach the peak. When the last sentence was finished, everyone laughed, with tears in the smile and laughter in the tears. But I feel that there is a kind of power surging in my heart, a longing goal emerging in my heart, and a golden road has been paved under my feet, just waiting for them to go on step by step. 3 in the morning. Conference room of Qinzhou Garrison Theater headquarters. More than a dozen major generals and regiments of the war zone are sitting behind the conference table. In addition, Senior Colonel Yuan Yi of the South China Sea Garrison War Zone is also present, sitting next to General Li Guangzhan. At this time, the video conference has been connected with the Yanjing General Headquarters, and the pictures on the other side of the General Headquarters and the video pictures of the Qinzhou Garrison War Zone appear on the large screen at the same time. In general, when there are attacks by Tianwai monks in various places, the garrison war zones in various places will report to the General Headquarters in time. The General Headquarters will send support according to the situation, and then report the results after the war. Almost all of the results are losses. Few of them can wipe out the achievements of Tianwai friars. Except for the gains at the beginning when Tianwai friars didn't know much about scientific and technological weapons, they are basically depressing news in the future. In this case, it is okay to report text and video materials, and there is no need to organize a separate meeting. However, this meeting was jointly requested by the Qinzhou Garrison Theater and the Nanhai Garrison Theater. Therefore, the General Headquarters decided to hold this meeting on a temporary basis, with the participation of all the main generals of the Garrison Theater. At this time, General Li Guangzhan was reporting on the war situation in Qinzhou. The large number and scale of this raid by Tianwai friars is extremely rare since the War of Defending Tianwai friars. The garrison command used 360 guns, 40 fighters and 14,000 troops.
Casualties and property losses are currently being counted.
But it can be made clear that in this battle, 37 fighters were lost, 3 pilots lost contact, and all the rest died. General Li's voice was very heavy. Speaking of this, he took off his cap and showed his white hair. Other people in the conference room also took off their military caps one after another.
The atmosphere is even heavier.
Then General Li continued to report, when Qinzhou was brutally attacked by Tianwai friars, thanks to the Xinfeng army of Nanhai garrison, it took only 3 minutes to wipe out 68 Tianwai friars and 2 minutes to put out 106 fires in the city. 68 bodies of Tianwai monks have been examined.
From the strength of their bodies, bone density, and unique Dantian toughness, we can confirm that they are all high-level monks.
General Li had reported these situations to the general headquarters before the meeting. Because of such brilliant results, the general headquarters agreed to hold the video conference temporarily. Its purpose is also to communicate with other garrison war zones and determine the next overall defense strategy. General Li's report lasted for another period of time. After the report, in the video, there are more than a dozen upright generals sitting in the general headquarters, and an old general with white hair in the middle. After listening to the report, he was silent for more than 10 seconds, and his voice was low. The cruelty of the war, the severity of the situation, and the pain of the lesson, we should think about it carefully, and in the future what kind of strategy can be adopted to ensure the safety of people's lives and property in the war with Tianwai monks.
In the First World War of Qinzhou, the Xinfeng army was able to turn the tide. However, how much do you know about the Xinfeng army and the ancient martial arts practitioners? Is it still in the old impression?
Senior Colonel Yuan, the Xinfeng army is part of the South China Sea garrison.
Let me introduce you to the situation of the Xinfeng army. When Commander Yuan heard the order, he immediately stood up and saluted.
Then he sat down and introduced, the Xinfeng army was just formed yesterday.
The person in charge is Tian, from Nanhai City.
He is 21 years old and his parents are in business.
Both of them have passed away. He is a sophomore in Chinese department of Nanhai University.
Nanhai Guwu College, a nominal student and a major shareholder of Ning's pharmaceutical industry, was employed as the honorary president of Nanhai Guwu College for contributing 1 billion to establish Nanhai Guwu College Award Foundation. Tian funded the establishment of non-profit ancient martial arts training institution Immortals in Jiangnan City, and the number of trainees is unknown at present.
Tian has studied ancient martial arts and has no apprenticeship.
He has made his debut in the past 2 years and is good at Dan Dao. According to the information provided by the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association, as early as a few months ago, at the beginning of the invasion of Tianwai friars, before the military had paid enough attention to it, Tian fought back against Tianwai friars alone. He killed 1 person at the Wutai Mountain Ancient Martial Arts Conference, 6 people in northern Xinjiang, and 8 people in southern Yunnan. The rest of his achievements are unknown. 3 months ago, Tian closed the gate to practice. Recently, he left the gate. The day before yesterday, he killed 3 Tianwai monks in Nanhai. Yesterday, he also led the Xinfeng army to kill 22 Tianwai monks in Nanhai. After 20 minutes, he arrived in Qinzhou from the South China Sea for support and killed 68 Tianwai monks.
At present, there are 57 members of the Xinfeng army, whose strength is unfathomable.
They are killing Tianwai monks in seconds. It is estimated that all members of the Xinfeng army are students of the Miluo Palace.
This is because the Xinfeng army is a newly formed and self-organized organization to resist Tianwai monks. Its members have not yet been registered. This is the current situation. The report is over.
The commander-in-chief nodded and said, the South China Sea garrison war zone can break through the inherent ideological shackles, change its strategy against the enemy in time, and boldly use the ancient military practitioners.
It has made brilliant achievements and recovered the immeasurable loss of people's lives and property.
The Garrison General Command will report this achievement to the Supreme Military Command, and nominate Major Yuan Yi to confer the rank of Major General. The Xinfeng army is a sharp sword, and its soldiers are worthy heroes. How to maximize the role of the Shinfeng army and thoroughly smash the invasion of Tianwai friars. Would you like to express your opinions to the general of the garrison war zone? One of the generals who attended the meeting submitted an application for speaking. After being approved, he said, according to the attack of Tianwai monks at the same time in different places yesterday, it is preliminarily estimated that more than 300 Tianwai monks participated in the attack, but these are certainly not all of Tianwai monks. It is also possible that the Tianwai friars who launched the attacks at other times were not among the more than 300 people.
According to 300 people, the number of Tianwai friars is far higher than that of Shinfeng soldiers.
I suggest that we choose suitable ancient martial practitioners to expand the strength of Shinfeng army.
We can't let this sword break.
Another general then asked to speak. I suggest that all garrison war zones should strengthen military investigation and report the enemy situation to the Shinfeng army at the first time, so as to gain time and reduce losses. I suggest that the heroes of the Shinfeng army should be treated and rewarded in various forms to stimulate the fighting capacity of the Shinfeng army. A further statement was made. I suggest that all garrison war zones should lift the air ban on the Shinfeng army, and strike indiscriminately after confirming that it is not a Shinfeng army. I suggest that the cultivation resources mastered by the Ancient Martial Arts Research Institute should be properly supplied to the Shinfeng army so as to expand its establishment.
The number of Shinfeng army is too small to take the initiative. Now there are frequent attacks by Tianwai monks all over the country. The time is intensive and the space span is large. I think the Sacred Wind Army should be divided into several teams and fight at any time according to the situation, so as to save the time for rescue. In my opinion, the number of Shinfeng soldiers is too small to be split up. We should concentrate our superior forces and go out on the whole to control the speed of reduction. In my opinion, the small number of Shinfeng soldiers is a major weakness, and it is impossible to take care of all regions. As a sword to kill the enemy, Shinfeng army can. We should pay more attention to the defense of scientific and technological weapons.
We can attach importance to the Shinfeng army, but as a civil organization of ancient martial arts practitioners with only 57 members, we still need to adopt various defense strategies.
We can't expect the 57 members to turn over completely and make comprehensive planning and deployment.
In the following time, the generals of each garrison theater spoke one after another to express their support for the Shinfeng army. However, many people expressed their concern about the insufficient strength of the Shinfeng army. After everyone finished speaking, the general headquarters of the garrison theater closed the voice broadcast and conducted internal discussion.
Half an hour later, voice playback is turned on again.
The white-haired commander-in-chief made a final decision. After the study of the general headquarters, it is decided that in the future, when fighting against Tianwai monks, the ancient martial practitioners represented by Shinfeng army will be in parallel with the garrison theater. The Shinfeng army should be given 100% of the power to fight independently, and no garrison theater should intervene or ask the Shinfeng army to cooperate in defense, and it must provide strong support. The situation of the enemy in various places will be reported to the general headquarters at the first time. If the situation of the enemy is uncertain, the general headquarters will push it to the Shinfeng army at the first time, and it will be up to them to decide how to deal with it. Establish a communication platform between each garrison theater and Shinfeng army to communicate with each other at any time. Voice calls are not allowed in non-emergency situations. The air ban order has been cancelled, and each garrison theater adopts a certain type of air defense. Only when it is confirmed that it is a Tianwai monk, can it fight back. Resource allocation, treatment and reward shall be studied at a special meeting after the meeting. All garrison regions should not have the idea of waiting, relying on and wanting. They should comprehensively analyze the enemy's situation, carefully study the enemy's strategy, properly deploy and attack accurately. Shinfeng army is a sharp sword, but it is only a sword after all. Shinfeng army let us see the hope of victory, inspired our spirit, the significance of its existence, mainly in ideology. Because the Shinfeng army has too few personnel and limited combat area, the ultimate victory in resisting the invasion of Tianwai monks depends on the bloody battle of the vast number of officers and men. The responsibility is on our shoulders. Who else should we give up? It was 8 o'clock in the morning when Yi Tian received the call from Yuan Yi. After the video conference in the early morning, Yuan Yi returned to the South China Sea by military helicopter overnight. Many things need to be dealt with after the war in Qinzhou. As soon as Yuan Yi saw the tragedy of Qinzhou, he was concerned about his defense area and had no intention to stay. Just after the meeting, I wanted to call Yi Tian and say that this time was not suitable. I went back to sleep and picked up the phone. After explaining the spirit of the meeting and Yi Tian in detail, Yi Tian was very happy to hear that everything he wanted had been basically satisfied.
It doesn't matter whether the air ban is lifted or not, as long as it doesn't bombard the Xinfeng army. Okay, Senior Colonel Yuan, I know everything. I've sent people back to the South China Sea overnight. If you have any information, please call at any time. Yi Tian finished explaining and hung up. Last night, Yi Tian made arrangements for Miranjian to leave the Linkai. Then he divided them into 5 groups and went to different areas for inspection. Each group had just 11 people. Only Yi is left. It's not Yi Tian who wants to keep her, it's her who won't go. No way, Yi Tian took her into the Time and Space Tower, and finally met Qin Luo God. Sister 2 chat is good, Yi Tian will use this time to start alchemy. From last night to now, it has only been more than 10 hours outside, but it has been more than 40 hours in the Time Tower. Yi Tian smelted more than 20 furnaces of elixir in one breath. Give him another day, it is estimated that every disciple of the temple will be able to spread a stove. However, that's not enough. Yi's mother really made a lot of money. Every disciple brought 3 or 4 heats of elixir materials to Yi Tian's Shumi commandment. There are more elixir materials. It's estimated that all the spiritual materials obtained from the world of 10,000 spirits have been brought by him. Maybe he even got some from other channels. Ding ling ling. Yi Tian receives Yuan Yi's phone call and makes another call to the dragon demon stationed in the Miluo Palace. As soon as he puts it down, the phone prompt rings. Yi Tian saw that it was a short message notice from the general headquarters of the Garrison Theater. Tell him that Tianwai Friar's real-time enemy information push has been opened. Please check it. Please reply when you receive it. Then, another short message was received, which was a long list of quick dialing numbers for each garrison war zone. There are more than 100 numbers. For example, the general headquarters of the Garrison Theater is 0, the South China Sea Garrison Theater is 12, the Qinzhou Garrison Theater is 9, and Yi Tian is 108, ranking last. Yi Tian replies one by one and sends a pill to his mouth. While looking at the picture of the heartworm in my mind, I refine the magic power and fly west. Yi and Qin Luo are in the Time and Space Tower, and they don't need to ask for his advice. Yi Tian and his mana put away the Time and Space Tower. Within 5 minutes, the phone rang. It's Su Xiao, leader, Group 2 found 2 Tianwai monks in Yanshan area. They are pursuing and killing in the middle of Longmen territory. Well, after the killing, leave the body of Zumaji and give it to the local garrison. Yi Tian said and hung up. He doesn't have to worry about such a small matter. Su Xiao can handle it by himself, not to mention his group of 11 friars. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. This time, it's Morong Yen, chief, I found 15 Tianwai friars. They are a little stronger than our group. I'm not sure. Please give me directions. Yi Tian opens the communication group and sends out voice directly, each group sends the current position. Soon 10 pieces of location information were sent out in the communication group. Yi Tian looked at the positions of each group one by one, quickly made deployment of forces, and then sent a voice, 3 groups and 5 groups move closer to one group, you contact each other, pay attention to safety, contact at any time if you have any situation. After replying to this one, Yi Tian felt much more happy. He was not restricted by the ban on air traffic, so he didn't have to worry about airplanes and artillery. Moreover, this way is far more active than rescuing after receiving the enemy's information. In many cases, modern science and technology may not be able to find the monk outside the sky, because the monk's magic power is too great. Even if the wind escapes, it also needs an infrared device to find out, and the monk only needs a mental sweep. Yi Tian didn't pay much attention to Morong Yan's situation. They should know what to do. Moreover, when they were sent out, no one in Yi Tianwei sent out a small moving rune and a drop of fortune liquid.
These are all means to protect their lives. Yi Tian is so fast that he can release his mind at any time. Suddenly, the phone rang again. This time, the general headquarters of the garrison war zone sent a message: suspected Tianwei friars were found around Yendu.
Got it. Yi Tian simply replied, even a word, to identify the direction, to the Yendu fly. It's the heart of the country. There must be no accidents. Yendu is more than 1,700 li away from Yetian's current position.
Yetian is flying at full speed and has already arrived in the suburbs in less than an hour. Along the way, his mind covered the surrounding areas from time to time, and he found nothing unusual. Until the outskirts of Yendu, there was no sign of Tianwei friars. He took out the phone, pressed a button, connected and said, "The Shinfeng army has received the enemy's information. It has arrived in Yendu, and no friars outside the sky have been found." He knew that all the enemy's information concerning the garrison war zones must have been reported to the general headquarters by the garrison war zones.
I'm Su Xianming of the Yendu garrison.
I found an air-flying ancient martial arts practitioner who had already flown away. Because the meeting decided that the situation of the enemy could also be reported, so we chose to report it for the sake of prudence.
Now that the Shinfeng brigade has arrived, it's better to come and see you.
It's convenient to get in touch if you have something to do in the future.
There was a strong voice on the phone. Okay, we'll be there in 2 minutes.
Yi Tian knows that most of the people who report their identity are officials.
Since they are invited, it's good to meet them.
It's really convenient to contact them if they have something to do in the future. Under the release of Xinyan, he quickly found the location of the garrison war zone, and then the Imperial Sword fell into a courtyard where more than a dozen military off-road vehicles were parked.
There are already more than a dozen soldiers there. Hello, I'm Su Xianming, Commander-in-Chief of Yendu Garrison Theater. Welcome Shinfeng Army to support us. Now that we are here, let the heroes of Shinfeng Army come down and have a drink.
A strong general in his 40s stretched out a powerful hand. Commander Su has worked hard.
There is no one else. I came here alone. Yi Tian also shook hands warmly. Alone? Su Xianming was stunned, and his eyebrows condensed into a Sichuan character. Yi Tian knows what's going on in his heart. He looks down on himself, but he doesn't think so. After all, non-practitioners have limited understanding of practitioners. I'm enough alone.
Yi Tian naturally won't weaken the name of the Sacred Wind Army, and he returns confidently.
If you can talk directly with the garrison theater, you should be Commander Yi?
Su Xianming just lost his mind for a moment, and then he regained his enthusiasm.
Haha, where is the commander?
The name of Shinfeng Army is mainly a kind of prestige in name. If you want to scare the friars outside the sky, just call me Yi Tian.
Yi Tian smiles indifferently. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly Yi Tian's phone rings.
Yi Tian looks at the caller ID and says to Su Xianming apologetically, "Excuse me, Commander Su, answer the phone."
"Don't mention it. Your business is a big one," Su Xianming said very openly. Yi Tian quickly pressed the answer button. Inside came Su Zhao's voice, "Chief, report the war. The 2 Tianwei friars have been killed by the second group." Yi Tian frowned and asked, "What's the accident?" "There's no accident. The fight ends in 3 minutes," Su Zhao said. 3 minutes to end the fight, why report now? Yi Tian is a little angry.
He repeatedly emphasizes that he should report something at any time, but Su Zhao is too disorganized. After Yi Tian arranges this, he comes to Yendu and forgets it himself.
There was a loud voice on the phone. Su Xianming and the officers next to him could hear it clearly.
When they heard that 2 Tianwei monks had been killed in 3 minutes, their eyes lit up.
Can't help but to Yi Tian's attitude some don't understand, such a big victory is necessary to get angry?
Well, the 2 friars searched their souls and killed them, or they would have finished in a minute. Then I knew that they had 4 other classmates, so I went and killed them all.
Su Zhao explained on the phone. None of them. If you have any action, you must report it. None of those friars can run. They must be killed completely.
But our goal is 0 casualties for all the sacred wind forces.
Do you understand?
If one of you dies, I won't collect your corpses. Yi Tian's tone didn't soften at all, and he became more severe.
I'm sorry, Chief. I'm wrong. I'll report it next time.
However, I'm sure that those friars were too good.
Su Xiao explained wrongly. Well, that's it. Never again. Yi Tian hangs up.
Haha, Leader Yi, it's a great victory today.
It's really powerful for our army.
Su Xianming excitedly said that when he heard the address on the phone, he also changed the name.
Yi Tian shook his head gently. It's nothing. It's just a drop in the bucket.
I wish those Tianwai monks could get together and fight a decisive battle.
It's much easier to fight for the total annihilation of the First World War. Yi Tian is telling the truth, but Su Xianming and the generals don't think so. Hearing what Yi Tian said, they secretly label Yi Tian as young and vigorous.
Unfortunately, at this time, Yi Tian's phone rings again.
Yi Tian saw that it was Morong Yan's and immediately picked it up. How is the war going?
Chief, none of the 15 Tianwai friars escaped the net. One of them just finished the fight, mainly because one of them ran too fast. The other 5 minutes ended the fight, and the last one chased so long.
Morong Yan said sheepishly. Okay, continue to patrol. Yi Tian said simply and hung up. Yi Tuling, are you Shinfeng forces acting separately? Don't you worry about being defeated by the Friars of Heaven? Su Xianming heard something and asked anxiously. That's no problem.
I divided the Shinfeng army into several groups just to lead them to show up and fight back.
Besides, I found the enemy in advance.
Otherwise, if the information is not timely, it may delay the rescue. In this way, if you find the friars in advance, you can dispose of them in advance.
Yi Tian explained.
Leader Yi is really bold in using troops. In fact, our technology is still very advanced. It's very timely to find the Tianwai friars, but the speed of Tianwai friars is too fast. It's not long before we find that they have arrived, so we can't leave much time for preparation.
Su Xianming said helplessly. Yi Tian wants to say something more.
Suddenly he frowns and looks south. He takes a look at Su Xianming and says, Commander Su, there are 6 monks coming.
I'll come soon. Are you sure? How come the radar didn't find it? Su Xianming asked suspiciously. They are far away. The scope of radar search is limited. Yi Tian explained. Oh, yes. Su Xianming's eyes are different when he looks at Yi Tian again. Can you do it alone? Is it necessary to send fighter support? He asked uneasily. No, I can do it myself. Yi Tian Gang finished, and looked to the north, frowned and said, Is this to encircle? 10 more monks are coming from the north. You can't deal with 2 sides alone, or my troops can deal with 1 side?
Hearing the news, Su Xianming said in a hurry, and then began to arrange the generals around him to arrange defense. Commander Su, no, I'm just worried that we can't completely annihilate the enemy on both sides.
If we run 1 or 2, it's not a big victory.
Yi Tian reaches out his hand to stop Su Xianming.
Then, Yi Tian's body quickly flew to the high altitude, several kilometers above.
Su Xianming and the generals looked at each other, but they still sent someone to arrange the defense.
They thought Yi Tian was unreliable.
After waiting for a moment in the air, until the alarm of the whole city sounded, Yi Tiankai sent out all the wire ants and flew to the south and north. There were more than 6,000 clematis, more than 2,000 in the south and more than 4,000 in the north.
The black light disappeared in the sky in a flash.
From the underground, at a height of several thousand meters, there is no clematis at all.
Everyone can only see Yi Tian turning into a small black spot and staying in the sky. Su Xianming's phone suddenly rings. He sees that it's Yi Tian's number 18 and picks it up in a hurry. Yi Tuling, do you need fire support?
No, we don't need any support. Please inform the public not to come out of the room and not to be hit by the fallen body of Tianwai monk.
Yi Tian's voice came from the phone. Okay, Yi Tuling, don't worry. He has already been informed. As long as the alarm goes off, the public won't come out.
Su Xianming finished and saw that the other side of the phone had hung up. As soon as he reached out, someone handed over a high-power military telescope. Su Xianming put it in front of his eyes and looked at the sky, only to find that he was still standing in the sky. He wanted to do something, so he couldn't help beating a drum in his heart.
How are you going? At my command, fire at any time. He asked a general around him.
All ready to launch.
That's the answer.
Speaking from the telescope, Su Xianming suddenly saw Yi Tian fall from the sky.
Yi Tuling, what's the matter? Su Xianming asked in a hurry.
He had a bad premonition in his heart.
Maybe Yi Tian was afraid and didn't dare to go out to fight. Commander-in-Chief Su, the battle is over. We will wipe out 16 of them.
First tell the Commander-in-Chief, I'll clean up the battlefield.
With that, Yi Tian's figure has disappeared from the original place. Is that the end? Su Xianming was stunned.
He looked at the south and the north. He was full of doubts.
Are you kidding?
At this time, an officer ran out of the room and came to Su Xianming. He saluted with a slap, report to General Su.
Patrol soldiers report that there are nearly 10 bodies of Tianwai monks falling from the sky in the north of the city. Are they transported back?
Several bodies have been found in the south of the city. Another person came out to report. No, someone has gone to clean the battlefield. Su Xianming looked at the place where Yi Tian had disappeared for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and waved his hand stiffly.
The name of Shinfeng army is worthy of spreading. Yi Tian is unfathomable. The ancient martial arts practitioners are not bad. It depends on who they are.
In the line of sight, he did not see Yi Tian's figure, but he murmured to himself. 10 minutes later, Yi Tian's voice reappeared from the sky and soon fell to the ground. Commander Su, I have brought back the body of monk Tianwai. 16 in all. With that, Yi Tian gestured and 16 corpses appeared on the ground. The flesh and blood on his body is very ugly.
Yi Tuling, can you tell me what method was used to kill them?
Looking at the corpses dressed in different clothes from the Chinese people, Su Xianming silently looks up at Yi Tian. It's a kind of Taoist art of controlling objects. Yi Tian said immediately, he can only say this level, how to understand depends on Commander Su himself.
Unfortunately, this battle is not perfect.
Then he said with a little regret.
What's the matter? Su Xianming's heart sank and asked in a hurry.
Yi Tian was a little sad and said, originally, I thought that there were no casualties in this war. But, who knows, the body of Tianwai monk fell down and killed a goose.
Ha ha ha. Su Xianming and the generals laughed. What do I think it is? Who makes them always sing to heaven? Otherwise, in order to celebrate the victory, the goose will die.
This time, it's another big victory.
How many lives have been ruined? Su Xianming was very happy and had a good laugh. Why don't you stay here today and stew the goose in an iron-potted night to celebrate the victory? It seems that I don't have this blessing. Tianwai monk didn't kill me. I can't.
At this time, Yi Tian looked up to the north.
What?
Is there another monk outside heaven? Su Xianming was a little familiar with this expression, and asked in a tight mood. It's not Tianwai monk, it's local friars. Yi Tian's lips stirred up a smile. After a short time, a figure flew from the horizon and came down to the sky.
Oh, I'm late. Thousands and thousands of calculations.
I didn't count that Lord Yi would come here. The man's clothes were ragged, and he had a pair of sunglasses on his nose. In his hand, he was holding a divination banner. On it, there were 4 big characters, straight broken iron mouth. Outside the big characters, there were black circles.
Who is this gentleman?
Although this person is dressed in rags, Su Xianming naturally does not think that he is really a fortune teller.
He knows that he must be an alien in the cultivation world.
My god. Shen Suwanzi picked up the raised beard with his hand, took a look at Su Xianming, and jumped out a few words with pride. Then he came to Yi Tian and said, Oh, Lord Yi, there's something you need to help.
For the sake of sending you that beautiful picture album. With these words, Shen Suanzi took Yi Tian to the sky and lost his figure in the sky.
Looking at the direction of the two men's flight, Su Xianming regained his mind for a long time, and said to the generals around him, contact the Yendu Ancient Martial Arts College, and go to the army to select the qualified seedlings and let them go to the Ancient Martial Arts College for further study.
Old man, do you want to calculate Peach Blossom for me again? In the sky, Yi Tian asked with a smile.
Ah, I can't count you as the Peach Blossom of 3 generations. Shen Suanzi wiped his nose and rubbed his skirt. Do me a favor.
Ding-ling-ling.
At this time, Yi Tian's phone rang, took out the phone and pressed the answer button. Say. Morong Yan's voice, Chief, 6 Tianwai friars have been found in the belly of Shaoling Mountain. There are 2 in the middle of Longmen Realm and 4 in the early of Longmen Realm.
We have killed them. Good. Yi Tian said a word and hung up the phone.
Morong Yan and a group of capable monks were found by them. The 6 Tianwai monks in this realm were well pinched. Shaoling mountain grass, that's a Shen Suanzi, like being trampled on his tail, exclaimed, let your people stop, your own people. My own people. Yi Tian immediately dialed the phone back. Morong Taoist friend, don't do it first, it may be one of your own.
What's possible? It's our own. Shen Suanzi was so anxious that he yelled to the phone girl, don't do it. It's really our own. Well, don't do it. Yi Tian then added that he had already guessed that the 6 should be from the 8 old middle school in the ruins. Because Yi Tian told Morong Yan that they should kill those in Longmen and capture those under Longmen so that they can't kill them by mistake.
He knew that most of the 8 old people in the ruins were injured, and there was a ban on empty space, so it was impossible for them to wander in the sky.
Oh, hasty.
Thinking of this, Yi Tian patted his forehead and looked at the divine operator. Old man, you should be glad to meet me.
If you meet my soldiers, you may not be able to run away. If I can't figure this out, is it a divine operator?
Shen Suanzi said, and he opened a fan in his hand and shook it.
Yi Tian looked at his magic wand and shook his head with a smile. Are we going to Shaoling Mountain next? That's right. I'm looking for you for this.
My old fellows are seriously injured and their realm has fallen. I've been collecting herbs everywhere these days. I heard that you've passed the customs after I came back.
I don't want to ask you to help me refine some pills. Shen Suanzi finally got a serious word. It's no problem. I've been looking for you, too.
In a word, I admire you for being so tough with Tianwai friars, Yi Tian said sincerely.
They walked and talked all the way.
After more than 40 minutes, they came to Shaoling Mountain. The area of this mountain is not very large, with a radius of tens of miles, but it has a strong aura. In the call, Yi Tian met the first group of 11 temple disciples.
Yi Tian took out the refined pills and gave them to leave.
In front of the mountain, in front of an irregular big stone, Shen Suanzi points a few times on it, and the big stone moves away automatically, revealing a hole. Inside is a stone corridor extending underground to the bottom of the mountain.
Yi Tian follows Shen Suanzi through the corridor and comes to the underground.
He sees that a huge stone hall has been built into several stone chambers with partitions. The 6 friars in the room, he naturally sensed, were sitting at the round table in the stone hall, drinking tea. The stone chamber is surrounded by bright night pearls, full of light. Seeing Yi Tian come in, 3 men, 3 women and 6 friars all stand up. They all look about 40 or 50 years old.
Modern clothes are in sharp contrast with Shen Suanzi's uninhibited style. The chosen son Yi Daoyu has been invited back by me. Shen Suanzi said with a smile. Yi Daoyu, you are so polite.
The 6 people immediately got up and hugged Yi Tian. They looked more normal than the god operator.
Come on, Lord Yi, let me introduce you one by one. Shen Suanzi pulls Yi Tian in the past.
Although he just wipes his nose on his hand, he is not embarrassed at all.
This is Qinji Yunzi. This is Nan Shanzi. This is Guguzi. This is Niao Yunzi. This is Xiaoxi Angzi. This is Guang Hanzi. Shen Suanzi first introduced 3 male practitioners and then 3 female practitioners.
Then he said, there is an old man named Duckweed, who has not returned since he went out to collect medicine. If she comes back, the ruins will be complete. For these people, Yi Tian is more appreciative, in the face of life and death, can stand up to the people, are worthy of respect. Needless to say, I've made it clear that the injuries of Taoist friends are basically caused by the injury of Dantian, the damage of meridians and the displacement of viscera.
Let me treat you first. Yi Tian nodded and said. Please, Dao Yu. Several people have said. Shen Suanzi no longer talks nonsense. He took out more than 10 jade boxes from Shu Mi Ring and put them on the stone table one by one. Lord Yi, do you think these spiritual materials are okay? Yi Tian opened it one by one and looked at it. At the end, he frowned and said, these spiritual materials are very common, but they can make pills. However, it will take at least half a month for several Taoist friends to recover completely. Half a month?
Smell speech, including Shen Suanzi, 7 people are a bright eye, showing the color of surprise. By our estimate, the recovery in 3 months is the fastest. It's not easy for Lord Yi to recover them for half a month.
Isn't he kidding? After the surprise, Shen Suanzi asked incredulously. Yi Tian laughs, is half a month fast?
Even if the injury recovers in half a month, it doesn't mean that the top state of mana can be completely restored. It will take at least 1 year to recover to the top. That's very good. According to our estimation, it may take 10 years to get back to the peak, or it may never get back to the peak. These people's looks relaxed again, and their words lightened up.
Come on, your requirements are too low.
You'd better not use your herbs.
I have some ready-made ones here. When you get rid of the disease, you'll recover to the peak immediately.
Yi Tian shook his head, then took out 6 drops of chemical liquid wrapped in medicine film, and each person divided 1 drop.
Really?
Waste ruins 6 old some doubts, full face don't believe appearance, but still take the pass directly to the entrance. It is no doubt Yi Tian to poison them. At the entrance of the liquid, several people savored it carefully. After a few breaths, the momentum of 6 people burst out one after another.
Ha ha ha.
There was a burst of excited laughter in the stone hall.
Yi Dao Yu, is this a magic medicine? It's really alright.
It's not only recovered to the peak, but also seems to have made some improvement.
Gui Guzi laughed. Thank you, Yi Dao Yu. Thank you, Dao Yu. Several monks thank Yi Tian one by one. There are 2 people even play a mana to try cultivation, and then worship Yi Tian deeply.
After Yi Tian lifted them up with his magic power, he sat down on one side of the stone bench and said, the aura of the earth is rare.
Few people can practice in Longmen. I don't know how the 8 Taoist friends in the ruins practice.
Shen Suanzi poured a cup of tea for Yi Tian, held it, and explained, to be honest, 8 of us are fellow disciples of a small sect. More than 100 years ago, by chance, we mistakenly entered the cave of an elder monk and got some pills and skills from it, so we were lucky to be able to cultivate to this realm.
Yi Tian nodded and said, I think it's the same. I don't know where the cave is. Haha, that's where we are now.
In the middle of Shaoling Mountain, the elder monk may have lived here temporarily, so he didn't see any bones.
That monk is not a local monk on Earth. He comes from the square-inch spiritual realm. It's a magic way. Oh? What is the evidence? Yi Tian asked with great interest. More than 100 years ago, people from Fangsu and Lingyu came here? Dao Yu, follow me.
Shen Suanzi leads Yi Tian to a stone room. The rest of the stone rooms were expanded later.
This one already exists.
There is a line of lettering under the stone bed, which is the evidence. Yi Tian nodded slightly to see that it was impossible to lie down under the bed.
He released his mind and swept it gently. The expression on his face solidified instantly.
When he swept it, he could see the line clearly. There were 7 characters in it. It said, Ink fish in the square-inch spiritual realm.
Mo Fei fish.
Yi Tian murmured in his mouth, then suddenly raised his head and asked, how many practitioners are Qingming Sword Ju?
Exactly. How do you know? Shen Suanzi was surprised and asked.
In his memory, other people had never met Yi Tianchao except himself, and he had never played in front of Yi Tianchao.
Haha, that's right.
What Qingming sect learned is a skill left by Mo Feiyu, among which there is Qingming sword formula.
It's not a secret in Qingming sect, so I know it.
Yi Tian responds to the situation.
Oh, I see. What Lu Bufan really learned is the secret of Qingming sword. We should be able to think of it.
Because we all devote ourselves to cultivation and hope to live a few more years, we seldom care about the world.
If it wasn't for the God Operator's frequent travel, I'm afraid we would be really deaf and blind.
Green Cloud Sun comes over at this time, interpose a speech to say.
Yi Tian nodded and asked quietly, do you have any plans in the future? Oh, we've already discussed that if we can cure the injury, we'll join the Shenfeng army. I don't know if Yi Daoyu will accept it? Shen Suanzi finished, pinched his fingers a few times, and laughed. Well, it's okay.
Haha, the old man is good.
Can he ask and answer himself? Although the number of Shenfeng army is small, each of them is indomitable, and they obey orders absolutely. 8 old people in waste ruins can fight bayonets with friars in heaven, which I admire, but can you obey absolutely? Yi Tian smiles and doesn't like it.
It's hard for him to believe that this group of people who have been avoiding the world for many years can completely obey the orders.
Yi Tian is responsible for the life and death of every member of the Shenfeng army in the city.
Ha, don't worry, Lord Yi, our old lives are in your hands. The South Cloud son of Thin Cheek laughs to say.
Yi Tian looked at the others, and the other 5 nodded solemnly. Well, I'll take you.
Yi Tian finally agreed to take out 8 special passes, 8 mobile phones and power bank to them. Power on 24 hours a day, report any situation at any time, pay attention to group news. The mobile phone has been completely set up, and the social number of the mobile card has been pulled into the communication group. As long as it is online, it can be displayed in color in the group.
Yi Tianlu gives a few instructions after explaining.
Then let them take photos as head portraits, so that they can be displayed in the group, and the same group can see who is who, so as to avoid accidental injury when they don't know each other's identities in the future. As for the last duckweed who didn't show up, Yi Tian asked God Operator to contact her. 8 old people in waste ruins were counted as a group, named Group 6, and Yi Tian arranged to go out on patrol.
Leaving Shaoling Mountain, Yi Tian is in a good mood.
Unexpectedly, 8 old people in the wasteland actively joined the Sacred Wind Army, which is definitely a good thing. And today, so far, there are very few attacks, far less than any other day in the past. Even for several hours, the mobile phone has been quiet, the general headquarters has not sent out the enemy's information, and the other temple patrolling disciples have not found the enemy's information. At this time, he flew straight south, away from Shaoling Mountain. After more than 3 hours, Yetian appeared outside Changgu in southern Yunnan.
It seems no different from the last time he came here. The field of Insect Valley is still there, and it is still full of miasma. Yi Tian cast his eyes around the Insect Valley and observed it carefully. He didn't find any abnormality.
Then he flashed into it. Then he let go of the 5 heartworms he was carrying and flew to the Insect Valley. The last time I came in, because his cultivation was just in the middle of the sea view, there were some 4th-order spirit insects that could not be collected. Although I was very unwilling, I could only leave with regret. Now he's already in the realm of Longmen, and he's close to the great perfection in the early stage of Longmen. His strength has been improved too much, so he must come here as soon as possible to catch more spirit insects. Although there are 8 old ruins to join, but the strength of the Sacred Wind Army is still too weak, because he has to face not only the monks coming now, but also because he knows that with the passage of time, more and more monks will come, more and more powerful. And the invasion of the demon world and the nether world will be a big trouble. After more than 10 miles in the Insect Valley, Yi Tian finally had his first harvest. It was a group of about 30 Sanqing Lianqin worms. Last time in Changgu, Yi Tian saw a lot of Lianqin insects, but they were all in the central area of Changgu. There were a lot of 4th-order spirit insects there.
Yi Tian couldn't catch them. This opportunity can't be missed. Now Yi Tian doesn't need to be lured by heartworms.
After Foam Dun is invisible, his mana turns into a big net.
As soon as he catches it, he nets these heartworms in it. 20 minutes later, these heartworms fly out again with the brand of Yi Tian's mind.
The pictures in Yi Tian's mind suddenly increased by more than 30. Soon, with the deepening of those heartworms, the image of Insect Valley gradually spread out in Yi Tian's mind. At this time, Yi Tian stealthily flew to the front left. 6 or 7 miles away, a half-foot-long iron centipede was lying on the ground. It was the fourth-order spirit insect Yi Tian saw last time. Yi Tian's mind moved, and sent out more than 1,000 ants to eat clematis. He flew to the centipede with a buzzing sound. A piece of black light quickly came to the top of the iron centipede, then fell down and surrounded the iron centipede in a flash. I do not know why, to see these wire ants, the iron centipede seems to be extremely afraid, even curled up into a ball, not even the courage to escape. After more than 10 breaths, Yi Tian has come near, and the small mirror in his hand sends out a white light to cover the iron centipede. That iron centipede body shape slightly moves, wants to escape, but is forced by the iron line ant, then does not dare to move half a minute. Yi Tian urges the small mirror to work properly again, which makes the cold heavier. In such a light, the iron centipede shows a slight sign of freezing. With the increase of cultivation, the cold air that the little mirror's spirit instrument can emit is more terrible under his urging, but Yi Tian does not dare to urge too much.
He is here to catch insects, not to kill them. This strength is just right.
Yi Tian's cloud-catching hand skill was immediately sent out. A big hand turned into magic power held the iron centipede in it and returned to Yi Tian, released the power of the mind. Yi Tian quickly marks the field of the mind with the power of the mind.
Before long, this iron centipede has become Yi Tian's spirit insect.
In the Insect Valley, there is a 5-level python, which is equivalent to the human friars in Yuanying realm.
Yi Tian tried to avoid this python and started the follow-up action outside. Because of the clear miasma pill, the miasma here has no effect on Yi Tian.
During this period, Yi Tian's mobile phone rang several times, and some places were attacked by Tianwei monks. Because the number of Tianwei friars is not many, Yi Tian arranges a good hand to rescue, so he doesn't go there in person. I believe that Morongyan's temple disciples and the 8 elders in the ruins will be able to cope with it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before there was a reply from the Shinfeng army, for rescues and 4 great victories. Although there have been some losses in the areas under attack, they are already very small compared with before.
Later, there was no more call coming in.
I didn't know whether the monk was afraid or planning a bigger action.
Anyway, they have no follow-up action.
After staying in the Insect Valley for nearly 6 or 7 hours, Yi Tian finally left here with satisfaction.
This time, the harvest is very big. Besides the more than 30 liangxingkong, Yi Tian got a total of 73 liangxingkong. With the previous 25 liangxingkong, the number of liangxingkong is quite considerable. For steppe iron centipede, 3 in all. For blood locusts, 2. For steppe shadowless snake, 2. For snow spiders, 2. 4th order mantis, 6. Although they are all 4 steps, because of their small size, they can't be compared with these big spirit insects at all. If it wasn't for the help of swarms of clematis, it would take a lot of effort for Yi Tian to capture these 4th order spirit insects, and even whether he could succeed or not is a matter of 2. You know, it's much harder to capture them alive without any damage than to kill them. Thanks to Yi Tian's small mirror, it played a very important role.
When he got out of the Insect Valley, Yi Tian immediately sent out the 73 new heartworms and flew in all directions. This broadened his vision.
There are more places under his watch.
Sitting cross-legged on a big tree outside the Insect Valley, Yi Tian is not in a hurry to leave here, but carefully checks the pictures one by one. At this time, he suddenly received a call from Yuan Yi.
Master Yi, where are you now? Yuan Yi asked directly. In the south of Yunnan, patrol here to see if there are any Tianwei friars. Major Yuan, is there an enemy situation in the South China Sea? I don't think so.
The situation in the South China Sea has always been under my control.
Yi Tian said that it was already midnight at this time. If there was nothing important, Yuan Yi would not call him. There is no enemy situation in the South China Sea.
It is calm here. The figure of Shinfeng army always appears in the sight of the public, and the people are very stable. I'm just calling to say thank you for your hard work, Yuan Yi said in a low voice. Yi Tian said with a smile, Mr. Yuan, you are welcome.
This is what we should do. Now that I'm not a major, I've been officially informed that I've been awarded the rank of Major General. The conferment ceremony was held in Nanhai.
The chief commander of the Supreme Sergeant came here in person. Originally, he wanted to give a heavy reward to the Shinfeng army, but you fought all over the country, so you decided to give a reward later.
I'm not a keen official. This is also the credit of your Shinfeng army. I'm calling to tell you that I won't let you down. Yuan Yi said forcefully.
Okay, let's work together. Yi Tian was also infected, simply said. Also, did you see the special broadcast tonight?
Yuan Yi asked again. Yi Tian has been catching insects in the insect valley.
He has no time to watch them. Listen to Yi Tian said did not see. Yuan Yi immediately sent Yi Tian a website. There is, you see, Shinfeng army, great.
Look forward to your greater victory with that. Yuan Yi hung up.
Yi Tian opened the website and read the broadcast from beginning to end, with mixed feelings in his heart.
The broadcast time is only 1 hour, shorter than ever.
The whole topic is inspiring good news, one victory after another, each victory has the shadow of the Sacred Wind Army.
There were many spontaneous celebrations, including fireworks, singing and dancing, performances and parades.
Many people hold small flags with the words Shinfeng Army written on them.
On many electronic screens, the content of Shinfeng Army has been changed to celebrate the victory and cheer for Shinfeng Army. The last picture is provided by the Yendu Garrison Theater.
Su Xianming, Commander-in-Chief, was interviewed on the battlefield. The Shinfeng Army is the people's children's soldiers and a sharp sword to guard the war zone. I hope to win the First World War against Tianwai friars as soon as possible, and the hero returns triumphantly.
I invite you to eat goose.
As soon as the camera turns, a steaming iron pot stands on a campfire in the field.
See here, Yi Tian tears.
For a long time, Yi Tian Kai recovered from his emotion.
Look at the deep night. Yi Tian took out the time and space tower and went in. Ir and Qin Luoshan are practicing inside. Yi Tian sits down quietly.
Seeing Qin Luoshan, he immediately thinks of Ning Yao.
At this time, Qin Luogod slowly opened his eyes and laughed at Yi Tian.
Yi Tian fondles her hair lovingly.
Qin Luoshan smiles and leans on Yi Tian's side. Yi Tian.
All of a sudden, Er opens his eyes and shouts.
Yi Tian hears the voice. No, it's Qin Luo's voice.
Then Er's face changed rapidly and became the appearance of Qin Luo God. But the Qin Luo God beside the leaf dais to cackle a few, changed the appearance of Yi Sun. Yi Tian felt the breath for a while, and then he realized that they had become each other.
I can't help looking at them in confusion. What's going on?
Qin Luo God came to scrape Er's nose and explained to Yi Tian, Er teaches me Huarong, and then we change each other's looks and bet to see if you can recognize it.
What's the bet? Yi Tian asked with great interest. Whoever wins will go out with you for a day.
Qin Luo God said, looked at Er one eye, pinched Er's small face.
That means you're both bored in there? It seems that Luoshan has lost? Yi Tian smiles.
Yes, fortunately I woke up early, otherwise I would have lost my wife and lost my army. At this point, Qin Luoshan seems to feel that the whole metaphor is inappropriate, and he smiles to cover up the past. And Yi Sun is just in the side flickering big-eye smile, as if this matter has nothing to do with her appearance. Yi Tian thought of the sentence Shen Suwanzi said to him, you are a peach blossom. Did not stay in it too much. Soon Yi Tian turned out, also did not take into account the cry of Er, then put the time and space tower away. Just outside, Yi Tian found that the picture in his mind was different.
He focused on one of the pictures.
It is a picture of a heartworm far away in northern Xinjiang. There are 300 or 400 figures standing in the air outside the boundless black fog in the picture.
I don't know what they are doing. Needless to say, these must be monks from the square-inch spiritual realm.
After watching for a moment, I saw that the monks left the dark fog area and flew to the south.
To be bad.
After Yi Tian released all the more than 6,000 clematis, he immediately took out the fierce sword and flew northward. While flying, he took out his mobile phone and made a voice in the communication group, "Attention, all groups, gather 300 li to the north of Yendu. Please reply, there are so many friars who can't be destroyed everywhere.
They have to drag them down until they go back."
More than 10 minutes later, Tian, who was flying fast, suddenly received a message from the general headquarters of the self-defense garrison theater. A large number of Tianwai monks were found in the Qishan garrison theater. Qishan city is located in northern Xinjiang.
According to Yi Tian's estimation, the friars they found are exactly the friars shown in the picture.
Over there was no one from the Sacred Wind Army except the heartworm arranged by Yi Tian. Yi Tian's heart is anxious, but the speed of the fierce soldier's flying sword has reached the extreme.
It can't be any faster.
If those friars want to do it, it may not take long to destroy the whole Qishan. Fortunately, it wasn't long before we received a message from the general headquarters of the garrison theater. A large number of Tianwai friars passed over Qishan garrison theater and flew southward without disturbing Qishan.
However, Yi Tian didn't take it lightly. Those friars certainly didn't fly south for no reason.
They must have specific targets.
A large number of Tianwai friars have arrived in the Black City garrison war zone.
Before long, Yi Tian received another message. Soon afterwards, information showed that the monks passed over the Black City without any action. A large number of Tianwai friars were found in the Longwu garrison. A large number of monks left the Longwu garrison and flew south. Next, 2 more messages came in a short time.
Yi Tian took out the map and looked at it.
He connected Qishan, Haicheng and Longwu into a straight line and looked at it carefully. The target of Tianwai friars' attack must be near this straight line. Finally, Yi Tian put his finger on the biggest red dot on the whole map. Yendu.
This is the center of China. The monk Tianwai probably went to Yendu. Call each garrison theater.
According to analysis, the target of a large number of Tianwai monks may be Yendu. Please deploy air forces to support Yendu garrison theater and defend Yendu.
Call Shinfeng army.
According to the analysis, the target of a large number of Tianwai monks may be Yendu. Please quickly organize forces to support Yendu garrison and defend Yendu.
As soon as Yi Tian gang regained receipt, he called in. 1 hashtag. This number is Su Xianming of Yendu garrison. Commander Su. Yi Tian answers the phone.
Leader Yi, a group of Tianwai friars have been flying southward from northern Xinjiang, and there is no attack in the garrison area along the way.
According to the analysis.
Before Su Xianming finished, Yi Tian interrupted him directly. Commander Su, I have received the military information report, and have arranged the Shinfeng army to meet the enemy in Yendu. I'm coming from southern Yunnan to Yendu, and I can be there in 2 hours.
South Yunnan? So far? 2 hours. Can you make it? The importance of Yendu, make sure Yendu is safe.
The general headquarters has issued support orders to the garrison war zones, and they will fully cooperate with the Shinfeng army. Su Xianming's voice was a little anxious, but he was still very powerful when he spoke.
Commander Su, don't worry. Yi Tian responded firmly.
Putting down the phone, Su Xianming looked at many generals around him and gave an order. Order all departments to strictly guard against sticking to the line and ensure the safety of Yendu.
There are too few Shinfeng soldiers and too many Tianwai friars. Yi Tianjiang is going back from southern Yunnan. It's estimated that he won't come much.
Yes, General Su, the generals saluted and left quickly. On the other hand, after talking to Su Xianming, Yi Tian dials the Dragon Demon. After he left Yendu yesterday, he called the Dragon Demon and asked him to leave the Miluo Palace.
Dragon, where are you now? After dialing the phone, Yi Tian asked directly. God, I'm wandering in the sky.
I haven't found any friars outside the sky for the time being. The rough voice of Dragon Demon came from the phone.
Where exactly?
Yi Tianman had Blackline asked. This Dragon Demon talks so unreliable.
This is the North Sea.
The Dragon Demon replied.
Go to Yendu immediately.
Notice that those who wear Chinese clothes are friends, and those who wear ancient clothes are enemies.
Yi Tian is too lazy to continue the conversation.
Beihai is so big that he can't explain the specific location.
How can the dragon demon run to the sea? Go to find Xiaolongnu?
Along the way, Yi Tian even surpassed more than 30 armed helicopters and more than 10 fighter planes. These planes are also heading for Yendu. Halfway through, Yi Tian reconfirmed the positions of the 6 Shinfeng army teams. Among them, the group of 8 old ruins, that is, the 6th group, is a little far away from Yendu.
It is estimated that it will take some time to feel it. The rest of the team should be earlier.
2 teams are in place now. Hearing that 2 groups have arrived at the designated area, Yi Tian is a little relieved.
Su Daoyu, you become me. I hope you can play a deterrent role. The most important thing is to delay time and wait for me to come back.
Yi Tian dials Su Xiao, who has arrived at the location. At this time, more than 500 li away from Yendu, more than 300 days outside the friars are fast approaching Yendu. The military information of each garrison war zone along the way is reported to the general headquarters at the first time, and then pushed out by the general headquarters at the first time. At present, the situation has been basically clear.
The friars of Tianwai came in the direction of Yendu. Unless they passed by Yendu and didn't start, that means they were just passing by. But that's very unlikely. As a result, the whole swallow is like a big enemy, full of tension everywhere.
Commander-in-Chief Su, please return all the planes to fight.
There are more than 300 friars.
There are not enough planes to lose.
Yi Tian looks at the picture in his mind.
Some fighters have been flying to those friars in the air. In war, there must be sacrifice. No matter how much loss, the absolute security of Yendu must be guaranteed.
Su Xianming returned with a voice. I, Yi Tian, the leader of Shinfeng army, make sure to defeat all the invaders and ensure the safety of Yendu. In order to avoid unnecessary sacrifice, please give an order as soon as possible.
Shinfeng army has 22 men in combat position.
Make sure it's safe.
Yi Tian almost cried out these words.
I can't decide this.
I want to report to the Supreme Military Command.
Su Xianming also called, and then hung up.
Then he dials the special telephone of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief and says Yi Tian's words again. There was no voice on the other side of the phone. The Commander-in-Chief with white hair was weighing up quickly.
Su Xianming thought that he was off the line. After 2 feedings, the Commander-in-Chief said, I'm here. You've seen Yi Tian kill 16 Tianwai friars. Do you think 57 Shinfeng army members have a chance to win against more than 300 Tianwai friars? Can Yi Tian come back from southern Yunnan in time? Su Xianming truthfully replied, Commander-in-Chief, I'm not sure, but so far, the Shinfeng army has not lost.
In Qinzhou, it took only a few minutes for 57 Shinfeng army members to wipe out 68 Tianwai monks. But we all know that 68 people and more than 300 people are definitely not problems that can be eliminated with a little more time. Besides, I'm afraid it won't take 2 monks to disappear to reach Yendu. But one thing, Yi Tian is very confident. The Commander-in-Chief pondered for a moment and said, if we continue the airstrike, we may face the loss of hundreds of fighters and the lives of hundreds of pilots.
Since he is so confident, so I decided to take a gamble and choose to believe Yi Tian. I believe he can come back in time and defeat Tianwai friars. I'll give an order now. All armed helicopters are on standby. Fighter planes will land near the airport and be ready to fight at any time. Yes, Su Xianming hung up.
Then, he dialed Yi Tian's phone. Leader Yi, the Supreme Commander chose to believe in the Shinfeng army and Yi Tian, and withdrew all air forces.
You must resist and defend Yendu. If not, let me know as soon as possible, and we will carry out the second operational plan. Commander Su, don't worry, we can't use the second plan.
Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said that he was getting closer and closer to Yendu now. On the way, he tried his best to fly, and he took a drop of fortune liquid.
300 miles north of Yendu, 6 groups of Shinfeng army have gathered 5 groups here.
Only the group of 8 old people in waste ruins is not in place. Morong Yen, Su Xiao and the leaders of the other 3 groups stood at the front of the team.
Elder Marshal Sister Morong, there are more than 300 monks. How can we fight?
Su Xiao, who has changed into a leaf sky, looks at the north and asks anxiously.
Morong Yen said, the leader just said it in the group. Let's wait for his orders at any time. He has his own arrangements, and the leader will arrive soon.
But I still think it's very important.
Even if the leader comes, even if he can deal with 200 people himself, can we deal with more than 100?
Su Xiao is still a little worried. In his opinion, this is a real situation, an unbreakable situation. At this time, only a slight hum was heard. When they turned around a little, they saw that the black light of the iron line ant flashed from behind.
Oh, I see. The leader asked me to pretend to be him, frighten the friars outside the sky, and buy time for the leader.
Su Xiao suddenly said.
Morong Yen said, that should be the meaning. Don't forget that in the square-inch spirit realm, the leader can see through all the conditions of the world, let alone here. Maybe all the conditions are in his eyes now.
This is not only for Su Xiao, but also for all the disciples of the temple. Today, it is very important.
How they behave can largely determine their position in Yi Tianxin. If someone is really afraid of war, he will never be appreciated by Yi Tian.
However, even if there were these ants, people were still worried, because those monks were too powerful and there were too many. 7 or 8 miles away, more than 300 days away, the friars gradually slowed down, and the situation on the side of the Sacred Wind Army had been detected by their divine thoughts.
How dare the people in the temple come to die?
Among the friars in front of him, a middle-aged friar with thin cheeks looked forward and hummed coldly. This man was the leader of the disciples of Danxia Blessed Land, named Wanfu. In addition to the Danxia Blessed Land, there are also 4 forces, including Dongjin Market, Guangtian Temple, Sanling Mountain, and Lingshu Blessed Land.
Although Danxia Blessed Land was not compatible with Sanling Mountain, Guangtian Temple and Dongjin Ruins in Fangsuan Spirit Area, after its arrival, due to Yi Tian's heavy blow, they finally integrated to form an alliance against Shinfeng army. These people are all small shrimps in the square-inch spirit realm.
It's hard to say. They may be slaughtered everywhere, because there are too many high-level monks in the square-inch spirit realm.
Apart from anything else, any golden elixir can crush them at will.
But after arriving at the earth, they unexpectedly found that the aura here was so strong, and it was still rising. What's more, their realm is simply to cover up the sky and dominate the world, so they have the idea of dominating the earth.
However, the scientific and technological weapons here are not useless. If you are not careful, you will still be injured and fall.
Therefore, they decided to establish absolute authority on this planet in order to achieve the goal of ruling. The first means of ruling is killing. So an attack on ordinary people began. In the previous 3 months, they were almost invincible, with all kinds of magical powers like fish in water. But just 3 days ago, the arrival of monks began to appear a large number of casualties. Under the investigation, they finally found out that it was the disciples who came to the temple.
I changed my name here to Shinfeng Army.
I also know that there is a monk in the Sacred Wind Army who is not a temple. He has powerful spirit insects. After repeated setbacks and small-scale attacks, they organized the coming monks who could be called together and decided to carry out a large-scale cleanup to kill the Sacred Wind Army at one stroke. However, it must be impossible to gather all the coming monks together.
At the maximum, there are now more than 300 people. The temple has always been mysterious in the square-inch spiritual realm. No one knows how deep the inside information is.
If it is in the square-inch spiritual realm, these people certainly dare not provoke the disciples of the temple.
But on Earth, these temple disciples are a lonely army.
In particular, there is news that the space passage from the temple to the Earth has collapsed, and these people have less final concerns.
What about the temple? The temple is their ultimate goal. Rushing to Yendu is just an excuse to attract people to the temple. As long as the people in the temple are eliminated, then the whole Earth, they are absolute kings. All the resources, wealth, women they want. Wan Daoyu, the man in front of you, is not a disciple of the temple. There are so many spirit insects. You should be careful to deal with them.
Jin Qian, the leading elder brother of Sanling Mountain, is a fat middle-aged monk. At this time, he feels the flying wire ants and reminds them carefully.
There's no problem. The spirit worms belong to the monk.
As long as in the past, a rush will kill the master of the spirit insect, and the threat of the spirit insect will be removed naturally. What's more, it's not necessarily that those spirit insects are so powerful, is it? Wan Fu said with indifference. The leading elder martial brother of Dongjin Market, a short, fat monk less than 1.6 meters, said cautiously, "Have you seen the disciples of the temple?
They are very calm, and they don't seem to pay attention to us.
With just over 50 people, the team of 300 people who block us must have something to rely on.
We are here to kill, not to be killed."
Wan Fu was very dissatisfied and said coldly, "In the square-inch spiritual realm, you all hold your tails to be human beings.
When you go to the Earth Star, you are still so timid. If you are afraid of something, you can cultivate something. Is it not good to be an ordinary person?"
Today, all the seizures are owned by individuals. Those who have the ability will die, and those who have no ability will starve to death. Although Earth Star is full of aura, it is still short of resources. The disciples of Danxia Blessed Land followed me and killed the disciples of the temple to take their resources. Speaking of this, Wan Fu waved his hand, accelerated his speed and flew forward first. Others look at each other and quickly catch up. Sometimes, they may want others to die, but when facing resources, they often break their heads and rush forward. Such was the case with the monks who came to the square-inch spiritual realm.
"Elder Martial Sister Morong, they are rushing up. What should we do?"
On the one hand, the disciple of the temple felt the situation of Tian monk on the other side.
Su Shao asked in a hurry. Morong Yen gave Su Shao a white look and warned, "Do you know why we are both in the same realm, but when we enter the world of spirits, we let me lead the team?"
Su Shao said with a smile, "The king of medicine is a woman, you are also a woman.
He doesn't like men to lead the team."
Morong Yen snorted coldly, "Wrong, not because I am a woman, but because you are like a woman.
If the leader wants you to be him, you should be more unpredictable.
You should stand like a mountain and lie like a sea to frighten those monks."
"Thank you, Morong World. I've been taught."
Su Shao Hartalin said a, "Sure enough, stand upright, visual front, no longer say a word.
If you don't speak, you don't speak."
But within the scope of the divine feeling, more than 300 days ago, the monks streamed with lightning. Their momentum was like a rainbow, and they were murderous.
They couldn't help beating drums in their hearts.
At this moment, the ant buzzing in front of the crowd suddenly got into shape, and all the black light flashed forward. It was like a black cloud, and disappeared in a moment. The temple disciple's mind always covers the surrounding area. Although it is invisible to the naked eye, the mind clearly conveys the images in the coverage area into the mind. More than 20 miles away, more than 6,000 clematis suddenly met the friars opposite. Nearly 100 of them were immediately attached by clematis and began to gnaw at them crazily. But the friars behind, in this instant, broke up in formation, dodged many wire ants, and went straight to the disciples of the temple.
Wan Fu is right.
As long as you kill the owners of these insects, the spirit insects will not attack and destroy themselves. But no one thought that at this time, all the wire ants suddenly flew up, gave up the gnawing target they had possessed, and chased the friars in front of them in a flash of black light. After mutation, clematis gave birth to 2 pairs of wings, which were much faster than those friars. Before long, they had caught up with those friars and jumped on them again. The friars who had been given up by the termite had been injured all over. Although the termite had been pestering for a short time and no fatal injury had occurred, they had learned the power of the termite and were so scared that they did not dare to move forward. They are very clear that if the wire ants do not give up, then waiting for their fate will only be a dead end. There is absolutely no second possibility. Although clematis is a 4th-order spirit insect, the power of a few clematis is limited. The biggest advantage of this kind of spirit insect is group attack. As long as the number is enough, the killing power is absolutely amazing. Now the Tian ant has killed a return shot, and the second attack into the friars group can only threaten half of them, but there are still 100 friars breaking out of the Tian ant crowd and continuing to kill the disciples of the temple.
Back 20 miles. Morong Yen, who is always paying attention to the group information and waiting for Yi Tian's order, suddenly hears the voice from the group.
Retreat 20 miles, and take shelter for a while.
Moron Yan immediately gave a big drink and withdrew with the 5 group's disciples Yujin. But their mind is still on the battlefield of the Tian ant and Tianwei friars. Under the cover of divine thoughts, when Tianwei friars continue to rush forward, Tian ant gives up its target again and sweeps away to those friars who rush forward. Well, the leader uses the tactics of attacking each other separately to frighten the friars outside the sky. This is the spiritual tactics. 20 miles away, Murangian and others stopped, and saw that the second group of friars who were attacked by the Tian ants had completely lost their original spirit. After they escaped from death, they began to tremble and flinch. He didn't continue to fight against himself. Obviously, Clematis has played a very good deterrent role. No one will feel that there is still hope of survival after being locked by so many Clematis. Kill everyone. Wanfu is really a powerful character. Twice, he got rid of the entanglement of Tian ant. At this time, he took more than 40 friars who were not entangled by Tian ant to rush to Moronyan and others. The strength of Tian ant strengthened his determination to kill Su Shao. The 2 groups of friars who had been abandoned temporarily by the Tian ants had already slowed down. They dragged their wounded bodies around the battlefield where the Tian ants were fighting and rushed to the temple disciples again. Retreat, see reinforcements to stop. At this time, Tian sent voice again in the group. Retreat, stop when you see reinforcements. Moron Yen repeated, with the crowd continue to retreat quickly, at the same time, said in a loud voice, look, the leader knows the situation here like the palm of his hand, this is the strategy, maybe he is watching us somewhere, testing us. This sentence immediately inspired everyone. Retreat about 30 li, suddenly the figure in front of the flash, 8 friars flying sword, firmly fell behind the temple disciples. When Tian's orders contain this sentence, Moron Yan and others immediately stop and join the 8 people. These 8 people, Moron Yan's group, have seen the God operator, but have not seen others. Although other temple disciples have never seen anyone, they belong to the same group. They belong to the same group of friends and the same Shinfeng army. In order not to kill the wrong people, they often pull their heads to have a look. So I recognize them as 8 teammates of the 6th group of Shinfeng army. This is what Tian said about reinforcements, and everyone immediately understood. All of a sudden, these people turned around, and the friars who had already reached more than 100 feet stopped and began to look at them. In particular, Wanfu felt carefully about the 8 new 8 realms, and looked at the wire ants who were chasing after him, as well as the more than 200 injured monks who had already followed. Run! Come and help! Wanfu's face was full of anger, and he flew over with his sword. Back up, stop when you see help. At this time, Tian Yu sent a voice message. Moron Yan repeated Tian's order and retreated again. At this time, the secret ant has rushed up, disrupting the formation of Tianwei friars. It's half a step into the golden elixir realm. The magic power of Wanfu blows and shakes away more than a dozen Clematis. They continue to pursue and kill them. In the process of retreating, the members of Shinfeng army suddenly felt a flash of human figure in front of them, like streamer light, flying to the front of the team. Leader Yi. Moron Yan and others immediately cheered. Since he was in the world of spirits, Tian has become the backbone of these people. When Tian is not there, they have no bottom in their hearts. When they suddenly see Tian, they immediately feel as if there is nothing to shake in the world. Next to Tian is Su Shao, who turns into Tian. Seeing Tian appear, Su Shao laughs and changes back to his original appearance. This scene was caught in the eyes of Tianwei monks, including Wanfu. What do you mean? The person who was before turned into the person who is now. Look at the realm, the peak cultivation of Longmen realm. What are they cheering about? Is this person sure to work? There must be something wrong. Wanfu thought again and again in his heart. At this time, the Iron Line ants came back again. 30 or 50 of them turned into a group and attacked the friars. Although this number was still resisted by Tianwei friars by various means, so as not to cause too much damage, they were also overwhelmed. After a while, Wanfu looked at the Shinfeng army, which was still confronting him. It seemed that the other side didn't mean to take the initiative to attack.
As long as the other side doesn't take the initiative to attack, it means they don't have the strength.
Here, he thinks he can see it through. Kill them, they're stalling.
At this time, Wan Fu suddenly woke up, gave a big drink, and rushed forward with the crowd.
Leader Yi, do them. Morong Yen is ready to fight. Back up, stop when you see help.
Who knows? Yi Tian not only did not launch an attack command, but said one, took the lead to withdraw backward.
The crowd immediately followed and quickly withdrew. However, although some of them acted according to Yi Tianfen's instructions, they suddenly noticed that Yi Tian's voice was not right or hoarse. Detect the voice is wrong, including Morong Yen, she frowned, dial Yi Tian's phone number. But the phone rings, but Yi Tian has never heard it. False leaf day.
Morong Yen hardly surprised, at this time Yi Tian's phone has been connected, the phone came Yi Tian's voice, don't say more, are their own people, I'll be there soon.
Morong Yen put away the phone, this is the bottom of the heart. But I can't help but look at the fake Yi Tian.
He has the highest accomplishments in Longmen realm. I can't believe that there are such high-level monks on the Earth Star. As soon as he retreated and pursued, he was in the middle of a stalemate. Suddenly, a streamer flashed in the distance, as fast as lightning, and then a figure came near.
It is Yi Tian who looks like him. Is that handsome?
What did he look like? Seeing this, Wan Fu could not help frowning, but he kept chasing after him.
Kill!
Yi Tian's fierce sword flies at one stroke, and all the spirit insects on his body are released.
3 4-step iron centipedes. 2 4th order blood locusts. 2 4-step shadowless snakes. 2 4-step snow spiders. 6 4th order mantis. There are also those 3rd order spirit insects that Yi Tian had subdued before.
All of them flashed out of Shumi commandment and rushed to the enemy.
Immediately after that, Yi Tian also left with a fierce sword. These 4th order spirit insects driven by Yi Tian are far more capable of fighting alone than their counterparts. In particular, these 4th order spirit insects are equivalent to the golden elixir realm of human friars. They are huge in size and very powerful in combat. The blood locust is red all over. It is 2 feet long. The abdomen mirror under its wings makes a creaking sound.
It stabs the sea of gods and pains. The green liquid from his mouth splashed on the friars and immediately began to decay and spread. It seemed that it was absolutely impossible to restrain the common people. Unless a strong man breaks his wrist, cut off the corroded area quickly. However, the parts that corrode are the limbs. Fortunately, if it's on the head and trunk, such as the monks in the realm of Dragon Gate, they can only let it rot, and then quickly poison it to death.
In addition, there is no other way.
The iron centipede, known as the 100-legged spirit insect, has a foot half a foot long, and its claws are like iron needles. When it touches the monk, its claws go deep into the muscles and bones. The poison in the claws will soon kill Ching. Moreover, the gas emitted from the mouth of the iron centipede also contains highly toxic gas. As long as one mouthful of poisonous gas is emitted, the friars will feel dizzy for a moment, and almost lose their combat effectiveness at that moment. The dark green mantis, like the god of death, wields these 2 big swords to conjure up a terrible shadow and mercilessly reach the friars' lives. Even if he is injured and does not die temporarily, the wound will be difficult to heal by the sword wound of Hades' mantis, and he will eventually die miserably under extremely cruel torture. So this mantis is called the Hades mantis. The 4th order snow spider is bigger than the steamed bread, and its 8 feet are covered with barbs. A stream of spider silk can be spurted from its mouth to stick to the friar. When it is thrown into the friar's body, the friar will feel freezing, blood clotting, numbness, and finally die. The shadowless snake is one of the most powerful of these spirit insects. It is also the reason why Yi Tian often likes this insect after he got the 3rd order shadowless snake. The battle rate of shadowless snake is much higher than that of other spirit insects. It is highly toxic and transparent. It has strong penetrating power in flight. It moves like flying without trace. It's the first choice for sneak attack and defense. These 4th order spirit insects, and more than one of each kind of spirit insect, rushed towards the opposite group of Tianwai monks, and immediately caused a series of screams. As soon as they got in touch with each other, Tianwai monk's position was in chaos. In Yi Tian's hand, the fierce flying sword is shining and harvesting each other's lives. At this time, it was the Clematis that played the most important role.
Yi Tian made full use of the role of Clematis in this war.
The friars who have been bitten by Clematis don't seem to be in a bad situation, but there are some Clematis hidden deep in their wounds.
The number is not a lot. Each injured monk just hides 3 or 5.
However, when Yi Tian launched an attack, his mind moved and issued an attack command.
Those iron line ants who had already hidden in the monk's body immediately launched an attack.
They began to gnaw from the inside of their bodies, and the pain was very painful. For a moment, these friars ran around, just trying to escape from the battlefield and find a quiet place to get rid of the wire ants in their bodies.
What Yi Tian wanted was this effect.
These people's behavior immediately caused the defeat of all the monks.
The remaining monks turned into a noisy group and fled around.
At this time, the false Leaf Day has become the original appearance, is the dragon demon called by the Leaf Day. He took the lead and killed Tianwai friars crazily.
He has a deep hatred for the friar of Fengsuan Lingyu.
His daughter was taken away by the friar of Fengsuan Lingyu. There is another son-in-law, Mo Feiyu, whom he doesn't like very much. Behind them was the Shinfeng army. Moron Yen, Su Shao, and the 8 old men of Waste Ruins chose their own targets and launched a fierce offensive to reap the enemy's life mercilessly. Yi Tian almost cuts a person with one sword, bleeding step by step, and there is no enemy anywhere. In particular, he was born in the eye of heaven.
Some Tianwai friars who used Fengdun Taoism could not escape his pursuit.
They were all seen through by Yi Tian and cut off. The role played by the army of Clematis can't be underestimated at this time. They are dedicated to chasing and intercepting those fleeing friars. They rush up, bite off their necks between a few breaths, and then chase and kill the next friar. The battlefield area is getting larger and larger, the number of dead Tianwai friars is increasing, the bodies are falling from the sky, but the number of remaining people is decreasing. There's blood all over the place.
Body flying everywhere. Screams everywhere.
This is an extremely cruel battle, but also a completely one-sided battle. In the end, the only remaining monk in Tianwai was also submerged in the sea of people. Yi Tian quickly put away all the spirit insects and said to Moron Yen, "Clean the battlefield." Then he flew to the north with his fierce sword.
What has the chief done?
Su Shao wiped the blood on his face and asked curiously.
I don't know.
The leader told me to clean the battlefield, so I'll clean it right away.
Moron Yen is also very curious, but still in accordance with Yi Tian's order, immediately take action.
Although these temple disciples have been divided into 5 groups and appointed their own group leaders, Moron Yen is the only core disciple of the temple here and is still responsible for controlling all temple disciples. As Yi Tian flies, he dials out his phone number. Commander Su, this battle has won a great victory. Except for one of the monks who came to Tianwai, all the others have been killed. The battlefield is located at a threshing ground 200 miles north of Yendu.
Please send someone to clean up the battlefield.
I'm going after the escaped monk now.
Yi Tian finished and hung up. The man who ran away was Wanfu. At the beginning of the war, this man inspired Xiaodiou to flee from the battlefield. When Yi Tian takes advantage of his transmission, he sends 2 heartworms into the portal.
From the returned picture, you can also see the scene where all the transmissions are completed. He just knew the location of the other party's transmission. He was near the location where he went to northern Xinjiang last time to rescue the herdsman. At this time, Wanfu didn't know that he had been positioned, and he had already used his high to enter the desert, ready to heal his wounds. Since you know where this person is, Yi Tian can't let him go no matter how far away he is.
Let one go, I don't know how much damage it will cause.
More than an hour later, more than 100 miles away from Wanfu's hiding place, Yi Tian sent out more than 1,000 Clematis, flying towards Wanfu's hiding place in a flash of black light.
That Wanfu was already a half step into the golden elixir.
He is not only highly cultivated, but also very alert. After the wire ant is released, you can't see the man's whereabouts in the picture of the heartworm, but Yi Tian's mind locks in Wanfu's breath in the deep desert. He just doesn't know what method he used to discover the existence of the wire ant. Not long after that, he flew out of the desert and took a deep look at the direction of the ant. Then he walked and shot at the northern sword. Yi Tian's eyes cold, let Liang Xingkong continue to track, and then urged Tai Xianchong to speed up the pursuit of this person. What I didn't expect was that Wan Fu flew to the edge of the dark fog, and even rushed into the dark fog without hesitation. Yi Tian's eyes are fixed, and the heartworm follows in, followed by the wire ant. Wan Fu didn't notice the heartworm, but he didn't expect that the clematis would dare to go deep into the fog. He hesitated a little, gritted his teeth and continued to fly to the depth of the fog.
There was a strong resentment in the dark fog.
Not only the general of the dark, the king of the dark, but also Yi Tian once met a king of the dark. The existence of a friar in the Jindan realm of the human race is extremely terrible, and Yi Tian is almost damaged. See this person desperate to go deep into the fog. See, Yi Tian thought a move, called back the wire ant, leaving only the heartworm to continue to track. After entering the sea of fog for more than 10 miles, the man seemed to feel that the ant was leaving, so he changed his direction and continued to fly, as if he wanted to leave the dark fog in another direction. The dark fog has a strong suppressive effect on the mind. He can't feel the situation outside the dark fog, and naturally feels that Yi Tian can't feel the situation inside.
When Liang Xingkong changes his angle, Yi Tian's eyes can't help coagulating.
He sees a trace, which is the trace he stopped when he entered the dark fog last time.
There is an extremely eye-catching black stone with white patterns on it. In 3 months, the fog sea expanded more than 10 miles?
Yi Tian was surprised and realized that things might be much more serious than he thought. Just as he pondered, suddenly a hoarse roar came from the depth of the fog sea, and then a white shadow appeared in the view of the heartworm. It was a white skeleton, extremely tall. It seemed that it was the Pluto who killed Yi Tian last time. But at this time, the skeleton is a flash of white light, open 2-arm bone to grasp to Wan Fu. As soon as the white skeleton grasped, Wan Fu's body suddenly flashed, turned into a virtual shadow, and quickly broke away from the attack range of the snow-white bone claw. At this time, the white skeleton's arm suddenly broke away from the skeleton's body, and caught Wan Fu's shoulder like lightning. Wan Fu, who was caught by his arm bone, seemed like a sack, and was taken back to the white skeleton. When Wan Fu was frightened, the white skeleton suddenly released a black air and surrounded Wan Fu.
Fog overseas, Yi Tian with Liang Xingkong picture can no longer see the situation inside the black fog.
When he was doubting, suddenly the black chi disappeared into Wan Fu's body, but the white skeleton was soft all over, and slowly collapsed beside Wan Fu, making a clattering sound.
I can't see that Wan Fu really has some means to deal with the underworld.
At this time, Yi Tian saw the picture from Liang Xingkong, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. But at this time, Wan Fu suddenly raised his hair and let out a hoarse roar.
With a wave of his hand, the skeleton disappeared out of thin air.
It was obvious that he had taken it into Shumi commandment.
This hoarse roar shocked Yi Tian.
He was too familiar with this sound. He once heard this kind of roar from the king of Hades when he entered the dark fog last time. Just now, in the dark fog, he also heard this kind of roar from the king of Hades. As like as 2 peas, the sounds are identical from the ones of Wan Fu.
They are all alike. Wan Fu?
Yi Tian had a bad feeling that this friar was not the original friar. He must have been possessed by Hades.
Tai Sui too old.
Yi Tian immediately called Tai Sui in Shumi commandment, but no matter how he called, Tai Sui did not respond.
Too old, too sleepy.
Yi Tian knows that Tai Sui has been sleepy recently, but he didn't expect to sleep so deeply. The person pretending to be sleeping can't wake up, and the sleeping Tai Sui can't wake up either. At this time, Yi Tian has no mind to contact Tai Sui again, and his body flickers back away from the dark fog.
In the picture sent back by Liang Xingkong, Wan Fu takes a look at himself and suddenly flies to him.
At this time, Yi Tian has completely determined that the man is definitely not the friar himself.
He is definitely possessed by Hades. Otherwise, just as he had been running away, it was impossible for him to fight back.
Yi Tian's radio is more than 10 miles away from the fog sea.
But Wan Fu's speed was faster, but after a few breaths, he caught up with Yi Tian about 10 feet behind him, and his mouth kept roaring hoarsely. Yi Tian didn't have time to think about it. He made a move.
All the wire ants were released, and a large black cloud rushed on Wanfu. He wrapped Wanfu up so tightly that he couldn't even see the body of a monk inside. Wanfu let out a hoarse roar again, and an ethereal shadow flew out of his body. He flew to the direction of the dark fog like smoke and fog, but Wanfu collapsed like a corpse.
So it is. Yi Tian's mind moves, and all the wire ants fly away from Wanfu and pounce on the dark shadow.
Yi Tian followed closely, and was also chased by the electric beam. The black shadow was surrounded by clematis, but it was very strange.
It was like a light. It was not bound by clematis at all.
It broke away from the layers of clematis and continued to fly towards the fog sea.
Lei Shu. Yi Tian gives a big drink, and the 5 elements of Lei Shu's Taoism moves. A piece of thunder splits down toward the dark shadow out of thin air.
The shadow seemed to waver in the powerful lightning, and then continued to drift away. At this time, the peach sword in Yi Tian's hand was already carrying the power of the flashing thunder. He angrily shot it and turned it into a surging and flashing thunder light, which shot at the dark shadow in a flash.
Lei Shu. Lei Shu. Lei Shu.
Almost at the same time, Yi Tian expended a lot of mana again, and continued to use thunder in Taoism, covering the shadow with a terrible momentum.
Boom! Boom!
Under the thunderbolt, the shadow gave a hoarse roar, twisted a few times by the power of thunder and lightning. At this time, the peach sword suddenly shot into the center of the shadow gave a roar, the color faded a lot, and still flew to the dark fog.
But the speed is much slower than just now. Go Yi Tian's finger pinches Ju and points to the dark shadow.
The peach sword starts to shoot again, and finally shoots into the dark shadow again at the edge of the dark fog.
An extremely shrill roar came out, and the faded shadow trembled a few times, made a bang, and flew away, turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in Yi Tian's sight.
Yi Tian looked at the place where the smoke disappeared and breathed a long breath. The dark shadow was obviously the essence of the underworld. It looked very powerful when it was covered with bones in the dark fog, but it was not as powerful as he thought outside the dark fog. After a deep look at the sea of fog, Yi Tian immediately flashed back to Wanfu.at. This time, Wanfu was a dead body, without any sign of a living person. Just now, whether the underworld is possessed or lost, Yi Tian is not very clear. The only thing he knows is that Wanfu has become the underworld.
What's more, he is sure to become Wanfu after the underworld, and he is still not the opponent of Tian Ant. But it's hard to predict the realm of a human friar.
It must be lower than that of a friar in a suit of bones.
But at the same time, Yi Tian also found another problem. It seems that the king of the underworld with bones does not dare to leave the dark fog for a long time, but if he is attached to the friars, he seems to have no fear. Thinking about this, Yi Tian can't help sinking. Originally, they thought that they could only be fierce in the fog. Now it seems that they still have a way out of the fog. In order to find a trace of the underworld's body, Yi Tian squats beside Wanfu's body and uses Yuan Tian's eye to examine his body carefully. All of a sudden, his eyes were fixed, he got up and stepped back slightly, and his face changed. As like as 2 peas, he found a face with a grimace in the brain of his corpse. This symbol is almost identical to the one that the giant bone has broken into itself. Obviously, this purple and gold rune should have been penetrated into the mind of 10,000 men by Hades. His purple gold rune was refined and deformed by the original spirit fire in the Dantian, and then detonated by the Emperor Ming. Fortunately, the explosion power was very small at that time, and it didn't hurt him. However, why do you want to enter this purple gold rune? Is it just one of them who controls the monk's detonation ban? At the beginning, the white bone giant did not detonate immediately after entering the rune in his body. Is there any other attempt? Is it related to possession? After entering the purple and gold rune pattern, can you attach yourself safely, or is it a necessary condition for you to attach yourself? Yi Tian quickly analyzed, everything can only be a guess. However, he suddenly thought of the dark friar in the square-inch spirit realm, and the old baby who was detonated by the grimace mask in the world of spirits. Yi Tian feels more strange in his heart. Is there any relationship between the dark friars and the netherworld? Is it possible that some of the dark friars, or the high level of the dark friars, are possessed by the high-level meditation in the netherworld?
In the square-inch spirit realm, the strong resentment in Er's body is obviously related to the meditation, which is for sure. All sorts of things, Tian still can only guess according to some clues he saw, which can't be confirmed for the moment. But he felt that his thinking should be right. Although he has never been to the dark abyss, there is a boundless black fog in the dark monk's territory, which is so similar to the dark fog.
Tian once killed many dark friars, but he was sure that those friars might not be pure dark friars.
They only practiced the skills of the dark family, so they had the flavor of dark friars. And the true dark friar, he has not really met. Thinking about this, Tian takes down Wanfu's Shumi commandment, retreats a distance again, and Yuantian's eyes shine through.
Then he moves his mind and takes out the mask. Boom!
With a bang, Wanfu's body immediately turned into a blood mist, splashing around. At the time of the outbreak, Tian turned pale and quickly withdrew from a distance.
Just now Yuantian's eyes were shining.
He carefully observed the mask, but he saw that the moment the mask was taken out, there was a flash of white light like lightning, which was connected with the purple and gold runes in the corpse's brain, and then there was an explosion.
What a close call! Tian is very lucky at this time.
Fortunately, he brought the purple gold rune pattern into the Dantian field early and refined it with the original spirit fire.
Otherwise, I'm afraid that the day he got the ghost mask, he might be blown up. But why can the refined rune be detonated by the King of Hell? Is the detonating power of Mingxiu more powerful than that of Grimace mask? Tian doesn't know.
Looking at the face mask in his hand, which is still the same as before, Tian ponders. Since this mask can detonate the purple gold rune pattern, most of the Yuanying old monster in the Spirit Valley has the same purple gold rune pattern.
But at that time, I didn't use Yuantianian to observe Yuanying old monster.
When I took out the mask, I didn't use Yuantianian to observe the mask, so I would ignore the white lightning. The vision is silent, and may only be observed by the source eye. In this way, the mask of Grimace is definitely a secret assassin's mace. Juan Zueño said in his suicide note that there are many monks who have been banned in the dark.
This Grimace can definitely detonate them in an instant.
You only need to use the eye of the source heaven to observe whether there are purple and gold runes in the body.
It seems that these three opportunities can't be used easily.
So loud, Tian put away his mask and stopped under a sand dune after 100 miles away from the fog. He took out the Shumi commandment that he got from Wanfu and took a brief look. Wanfu didn't have much precious things, but he was much better than other friars. There are thousands of fairy jade, some magic weapons, and a few small moving runes, which Tian didn't see very well. He directly took out the ghost skeleton. This is the first time for him to observe the bones of Hades so closely.
The whole skeleton is extremely white and looks crystal clear. It's like pure jade. Any finger bone can be a valuable handicraft.
Moreover, Tian tried, the hardness is very high, with his fingers, there is no trace.
What the naked eye can only see is the appearance.
Tian looks at it briefly, and then he looks at it carefully.
Tai Sui once said that attaching bones is the magic weapon of the Ming cultivation system.
Besides attaching bones to the back as the body, it also has the function of storing things.
What Tian is mainly looking for is the bone used as Zumaji. With his insight, he soon found that the bones that had left the mark of divinity were 2 leg bones and 2 arm bones. Tian tried to use the method of imprinting his mind on Shumi ring, and imprinted it on Fugu. After a try, it turned out to be. The first one to be branded is a leg bone. After the branding, Tian's mind can actually penetrate into it and see what's inside. There's a lot of space in it, thousands of meters around. There's nothing else in it. It's all black stones the size of green bricks, which occupy most of the space, countless. Tian takes out a black stone, grabs it with his cloud camera, looks at it carefully, and then observes it with Yuantian eye. He didn't dare to touch the things of the underworld with his hands. It's better to be careful. After reading it, Tian sent the black stone back. It seems that there is nothing special about this stone. It is as black as ink and crystal clear. It contains extremely amazing Ming Qi. Maybe it is used for the promotion of Ming cultivation.
Yi Tian made such a judgment, but this kind of thing was of no use to Yi Tian, and he did not practice the skill of meditation.
Continue in the second leg bone under the brand of God, Yi Tian then check.
As like as two peas, the same as a storage space, which is much smaller than what was before, and there are many identical black stones in it, but the number is even more than that of the former leg bone, because it almost fills the whole space and has little room for it. The third one with the brand of divinity is an arm bone, in which Yi Tian sees another accessory bone. There are dozens of strange-shaped bone weapons, which should be regarded as the weapons used by Hades. In addition, there is a strange black sign, palm size, engraved with strange symbols, but no recognized words.
There's nothing else.
After the last piece of Arm Valley is branded with the spirit idea, Yi Tian's spirit idea can't help but be startled. At first glance, he saw two corpses, both of which were monks, a male corpse and a female corpse.
Yi Tian's idea directly skips two corpses and looks at other things.
As like as two peas, he saw 10 of the purple gold patterns he knew very well, with a face pattern on it, which was exactly the same as that of the man. Next to him, Yi Tian finds a black stone-carved stone box. After taking it out, Yi Tian still doesn't touch it with his hands. He uses magic power to open the lid of the box and reveals the contents.
It's a crystal clear ball, the size of a ping-pong ball. You can't see anything strange in it through Yuan Tianian.
The things in the underworld are beyond his comprehension.
After observing for a moment, Yi Tian puts them away.
After thinking about it, he got two bodies out and put them in front of him. The corpse looks very fresh. What they are wearing are not modern clothes, but they are different from those of the monks in the square-inch spiritual realm.
Looking at the dress, Yi Tian suddenly thinks of Xiao.
Yes, the clothes are very similar, and the hairstyle is also similar. They all have curly hair on the top of the head, 2 strands of straight hair on the temples, and some beaded knots.
Is it a monk of the last great age? Yi Tian can't help thinking about it. Show the eye of the source sky and look into the nun's body.
Sure enough, Yi Tian found a purple gold rune on her head. This should be the body of a monk possessed by the underworld. For the underworld, it should be equivalent to a kind of body with bones.
Yi Tian quickly made a judgment. If you look at the male monk again, it's the same. There are purple and gold runes in his brain.
With the deepening of observation, Yi Tian unexpectedly found another phenomenon, that is, there is a golden ball in the Dantian field of 2 male and female friars.
With Yi Tian's insight, he naturally recognized that this is the golden elixir condensed by their cultivation. When the 2 monks fell, they were both in the realm of golden elixir.
Finally, Yi Tian focuses on the 2 monks' Shumi commandments. Looking at the patterns, the Shumi commandments on his fingers are different from those in the square-inch spiritual realm. Fangsuan Lingyu pays more attention to practicality, simple workmanship, without any decoration, while the 2 corpses of Zumaji are more exquisite workmanship, with magnificent decorative patterns, which looks more like a work of art.
There is no sign of divine thought on the 2 Shumi precepts. Yi Tian once recognized the Lord with divine thought and checked it. There were very few things in it. They should have been taken out.
Only the jade slips were left. Don't look at the content, Yi Tian has confirmed his guess, this is a great monk.
What's more, these 2 corpses were not killed by Hades.
They should have been preserved in the netherworld for many years. Because in the last world, Hades should be just a ferocious spirit, and ferocious spirit can't kill Jindan Friar.
If it was killed by the underworld, it is certain that the current cultivation level has far exceeded the underworld level.
Thinking about this, Yi Tian took out the jade slips and looked at the contents one by one.
It's full of skills and techniques.
Although it looks very powerful, it can't get into Yi Tian's eyes. But Yi Tian's greatest harvest is that he knows the identity of a monk from these jade slips.
They are both disciples of Xianzong.
They have the same jade slips, which are called Xiangshuangdong.
There are also some introductions about the sect.
After confirming this matter, Yi Tian is obviously in a bad mood, and has some chills. Originally, he thought that even if the monks attached to the body could get out of the fog, there were very few monks now, and few of them could get into the fog and be used by the monks. Therefore, the threat of the netherworld lies in the diffusion of the fog, which eventually engulfs the whole planet. But now, it is obvious that the netherworld has its own body and bone storage, which is from the fallen monks of the last great world. Yi Tian doesn't know exactly how many, but when you think about it, in the last glorious world, it was the time when the cultivation of civilization reached a high level, and friars must be indispensable. And this Pluto occupied 2 flesh and bones.
What about the friars above Pluto?
Perhaps due to some restrictions, or other reasons, they did not get out of the fog, but in the future. Yi Tian does not dare to think much, and he has an infinite sense of urgency in his heart. Put away 2 corpses, Yi Tian turned around and took out the accessory bone that had not been carefully examined just now. This accessory bone doesn't look as strong as this one, and its skeleton should be smaller. The skeleton inside is refined into the skeleton of storage space, but it's empty and has nothing inside.
Maybe it's an appendage that Pluto used before, or it's a spare appendage.
Thinking about this, Yi Tian put these things in their own places and put them into their own bone storage space. In the bone-attached storage space, only the dozens of purple and gold runes are left that Yi Tian has never checked. Yi Tian is a little disgusted with this kind of thing now. After all, he has been planted with this kind of thing in his body, and almost suffered from it.
However, we have to find out what this kind of thing is.
After thinking about it, he finally took one from the storage space and observed it carefully with Yuan-Tianian, but he got nothing.
Finally, Yi Tian took out the mask of the ghost face. Unfortunately, the rune didn't detonate, and the white lightning didn't appear on the mask of the ghost face. It seems that it was almost something. Yi Tian pondered a little, put away the purple gold rune and went back to the Sea of Fog. Liang Xingkong always stayed in the Fog Sea. Yi Tian did not find anything abnormal.
But Yi Tian is not at ease, once again released 4 heartworms to fly around, then Yi Tian closed the Sea of God to prevent the invasion of resentment, and then into the dark fog. The fierce soldier's flying sword was then taken out by him. At this time, the fierce sword kept buzzing and vibrating, and seemed to feel the resentment here, especially excited.
Yi Tian keeps alert while letting the fierce sword devour the resentment in the fog.
Every time he devours one place, Yi Tian changes his place and goes to a place with more resentment. During this period, Yi Tian sent a message in the group, arranging the Shinfeng army to patrol separately, so as to avoid any accident after the victory. Moreover, during this period, he also received phone calls from the general headquarters of the garrison theater, Yuan Yi, Su Xianming, etc., asking about his safety and security, and greatly publicized the Shinfeng army.
Yi Tian doesn't think much of it. The monk Tianwei is nothing now. There is a much more serious crisis at the moment, and other people don't know it. However, Yi Tian's words are meaningless. It doesn't help and only adds chaos. It seems that he can only carry on these things by himself. For this reason, Yi Tian is also deeply worried that he is still too weak. As the fierce soldier's flying sword swallowed up more resentment, the flying sword became more excited.
The body of the sword was not flashing white light, which covered the original red and black colors.
Yi Tian changes his position one at a time. The resentment outside the dark fog is less and weaker. The more you go in, the heavier and stronger the resentment is.
In the past 3 or 4 hours, unconsciously, Yi Tian stepped into the dark fog for more than 10 miles, and his heartworm also flew to the depth of the fog sea. The word face that comes back, Let Leaf Day is very surprised. Deep in the fog sea, there are countless skeletons, and more than a dozen skeletons as big as Hades.
When Yi Tian wants to have a further look, a powerful skeleton finds the existence of Liang Xingkong. The white skeleton flashed to the heartworm.
Yi Tian hurried to command Liang Xingkong to escape to the fog. It was a Sanqing Liang Xingkong, which was originally very fast, but the white skeleton was faster, and almost caught up with it in a flash of white light.
Liang Xingkong dodges for several times, and is finally caught by the white skeleton.
Then the picture in Yi Tian's mind disappears directly.
There's no second possibility. The heartworm has fallen.
Yi Tian was shocked in his heart. He was the first one to sacrifice. From the speed of the skeleton, he was faster than himself. At this time, Yi Tian heard more than 10 roars coming from the depth of the fog sea, and then a shout came.
Kill that Terran. Then, in the picture from Liang Xingkong, a dozen white shadows flashed to his side. Yi Tian steps on the fierce sword and flies south quickly through the heavy fog. Fortunately, he finds that after swallowing resentment, the speed of the fierce sword is obviously faster. The roar behind him is getting closer and closer. After stepping on the fierce sword with increased speed, Yi Tian finally flies out of the dark fog before the skeletons catch up. Yi Tian secretly congratulates himself. Fortunately, he didn't go too deep into the sea of fog. Otherwise, things would be bad today. After the skeletons got to the edge of the fog sea, they didn't continue their pursuit. Yi Tian Kai was relieved. Even if you use the clematis, even if you succeed, you will only lose one of them's appendages. You can't kill the body. You can't do physical attacks like clematis. Moreover, I can feel that there is a spirit of meditation in the sea of fog, which is extremely powerful and has obviously surpassed the underworld. Just out of the sea of fog, Yi Tian saw several figures flying in the distance. He had recognized that it was the 8 old ruins. Yi Tian stepped on the flying sword to welcome the past. In the fog sea behind him, a rough voice sounded, which seemed to cover the whole fog sea. Tian, you will all become ghosts of the netherworld. That day will not be too far away. Go Yi Tian's face became very ugly. These Mingxiu were too rampant. After meeting with the 8 old ruins, he said directly, and continued to fly south for some distance before stopping. This is duckweed. Yi Tian asked one of the nuns. She looks about 40 years old. She is more attractive and looks old-fashioned. In Shaoling Mountain, Yi Tian met 7 people from the 8 old middle school in the ruins. This duckweed glanced at the battlefield. This time, it was the meeting. Yes, Leader Yi, I'm Duckweed. Thank you for your help in treating my 6 classmates. Duckweed nodded slightly. They are all members of Shinfeng Army. You are welcome. What are you doing here? Yi Tian took a word in the past and asked about the business. Well, after cleaning the battlefield before, we patrolled around Yendu, and then turned to the north. Then he remembered that the leader was chasing and killing the enemy here, so he came to have a look. Later, I didn't see the leader's shadow. I suddenly thought of this devil's cave. I was worried that the leader might not notice and enter it by mistake, so I came here directly. Shen Suanzi replied. In that case, let's talk while walking. Look at nothing important, Yi Tian said, flying south, the speed is not fast, 8 old ruins can keep up. How much do the 8 Taoist friends know about the Devil's Cave in northern Xinjiang? Yi Tian was the first to speak. Shen Suanzi said, 8 old men in the ruins, the other 7 old men are seldom involved in the world. They always practice in Shaoling Mountain. I'm the only one who often runs around. Now that Leader Yi has gone in, he knows more than I do. One year, I was so curious that I wanted to go in and find out. As a result, I met a white skeleton. That guy was very powerful. He didn't do it, so I almost told him. That's all. But just now I heard someone inside saying that they want to destroy human beings. It's not easy to do that. Shen Suanzi said anxiously, moreover, the ghosts inside can't be killed by force. That's the biggest problem. The leader's spirit insects can't play a role either. There will always be a way. Yi Tian nodded. What Shen Suanzi said is really a problem. It's one of the problems that not everyone performs the Taoist art of thunder attribute. The second problem is that if the realm is not enough, even the bones of meditation cannot be broken, let alone eliminate the essence of meditation. The nether world is a world. No one knows how many practices there are. Yi Tian himself has no way to take those high-level practices, let alone others. Once the dark cultivation really breaks out of the dark fog, it is impossible to block all the dark cultivation, which requires more people to have the power to protect themselves. It's urgent to improve the overall combat effectiveness of monks. In addition, it is necessary to find materials such as millennial lei shu wood to make magic weapons to restrain the essence of meditation, so as to fundamentally destroy meditation. Yi Tian doesn't know whether the dark stone with rich dark qi will produce dark fog. Once he can, the scope of dark cultivation will be larger, and the Terran will be more passive. Looking at Yi Tian's silence, Shen Suanzi continued, because I found the strangeness in the dark fog,
my old friends just closed their doors to practice, hoping to be stronger and deal with the possible disaster at any time. It turned out that only 8 of us were able to give it a try. Now with Leader Yi and Shinfeng army, the burden on our shoulders has been lightened a lot.
Shen Xuanzi said that Yi Tian believed it.
After all, 6 of them were injured in order to fight against Tianwai friars.
This is an iron fact. Fellow Taoists, maybe the earth will face more and more crises than you know now. Try to improve your cultivation.
In the future, there will certainly be very difficult battles.
However, we must have confidence that the catastrophe will eventually pass.
Yi Tian can only say so much about the devil's world, or don't let them know now, otherwise, they may completely lose confidence.
The enemy is too powerful.
More importantly, the time is still too short, there is not enough time to grow up.
No matter what, do our best.
If you want to fight against the earth, you will have to pay for it, whether you are a monk or a devil's cave, Qin Jianzi said in a low voice. Leader Yi will do his best.
If he has enough time, I believe he will break through Yuanying and become a monk at the level of Laodwei.
However, there is too little time left for us, and there are too few cultivation resources on earth. Master Yi, the General Command of the Garrison Military Region is going to hold a celebration meeting today. Invite the Shinfeng Army to participate in, celebrate today's major victory, and reward all members of the Shinfeng Army.
Yi Tian and the 8 old ruins are chatting all the way, and Yuan Yi calls. Major General Yuan, we won't take part in the celebration. Tianwai friars haven't all been exterminated.
We need to continue to patrol and go to war at any time.
Yi Tian directly refused Yuan Ye's invitation. On the other side of the phone, Yuan Yi didn't give up.
He was still persuading, the Shinfeng Army can't participate in all of its members, but it can also send representatives.
This victory is really exciting.
The Supreme Military General Command is extremely satisfied with your performance.
We must thank you very much.
Major General Yuan, this war is just the beginning. There will be more powerful Tianwai monks coming in the future.
Now every minute is precious. We should make use of all our time to prepare for the next war. Please understand. Yi Tian continued.
All right. I'll tell the Supreme Military Command.
Yuan Yi reluctantly put down the phone. Yi Tian looks to the far-reaching sky and feels a little anxious.
After a moment, he tells the 8 elders of the ruins a task, and then he drives away with the fierce sword. Seeing Yi Tian's expression when he left, the 8 elders in the ruins looked at each other in the same place and felt the same way. As the highest level monks on the earth, they knew what kind of challenges the earth was going to face.
However, even they have a deep sense of powerlessness.
The earth has been barren for a long time, and its aura is withered. Facing many dangers, it is really difficult for them to walk.
Yi Tian did not return to the South China Sea this time.
Instead, he flew directly to Jiangnan Miluo Palace. On the way, he learned about the situation of each group and learned that there was no sign of Tianwai friars' activities, so he was slightly relieved. After this war, some of the remaining Tianwai friars will hold their tails and dare not do it easily.
More than 2 hours later, Yi Tian entered the temple. How many disciples are there now? What is the state of mind?
In the square of Miluo Palace, Yi Tian met the 2 family members of Lingchong sect in Sanqing Cave, and called together the elder, the principal leaders of 6 halls and 12 halls, and all the disciples of Miluo Palace. Looking at the black crowd, he asked Chu Shangyun.
Huizongju has 4,683 disciples. Before, 268 of them were expelled because they didn't practice hard, because they violated the rules of the palace.
Now all the disciples of our palace can practice diligently. There are 16 people on the 8th floor of the cave, 52 people on the 7th floor of the cave, and 145 people on the 6th floor of the cave.
Chu Shangyun replied fluently.
Because some mountain people changed their gongfa after worshipping in the temple, the present realm is defined according to the realm of monks' cultivation.
Well. Yi Tian nodded.
Although on the whole, these disciples are in the cave, which seems very low, they have improved a lot compared with the previous foundation. The 8th floor of the cave is already the congenital environment of physical training, while the 7th floor of the cave is half congenital. In other words, 52 people have reached the level of Lu Bufan, the first person on the mountain, and 16 people have surpassed Lu Bufan. This progress is absolutely huge. Yi Tian continued, although the entry is generally good, we still need to work harder.
We all know about the invasion of Tianwai monks. In the future, there will be more calamities. To improve the realm is to improve the strength.
Only by improving the strength can we have the capital to protect our lives and do something to protect the earth. The Miluo Palace does not accept mediocrity, does not accept indolence, will also reward hardworking. I decided that everyone who reaches the 7th floor or above of the cave will be given a Shumi ring, and everyone who reaches the 8th floor of the cave will be given a magic weapon.
In addition, I will arrange a field in the palace.
The time flow rate of this field is twice slower than that of the outside world, and the concentration of aura is more than 10 times stronger than that of the outside world. That is to say, in such an environment, the cultivation time of this field will be twice as long as that of others. Moreover, the field has the function of chopping hair and washing marrow, and improving cultivation qualification, and the effect is very good. But because of the limitation of the field, only 100 people can enter the field to practice. The first group of people who enter the field first choose the one with the highest level.
The top 3 under the 100 have a chance to challenge every 2 months. If they can defeat the chosen challenger, they can enter the field instead of the challenger.
The disciples who enter the field will be given the highest standard of resources. If you want to break through and rise rapidly, then entering the field is the fastest shortcut. If you can't get into the field, you are ready to challenge once every 2 months. If you don't have the qualification to challenge, then you will fight for the qualification to challenge. This field, I call it the field of life and death. Whether you can go in or not will determine your future life and death. If I have enough resources in the future, I will continue to arrange such fields. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared.
Don't lose the chance to enter the field for the second time because of your frustration.
That is self-destructive cultivation. There's no other way, disciples.
Let's fight. Yi Tian didn't say much about it.
He handed over the selection and ranking to the elder in the 6 halls and 12 halls. He began to busily arrange the field. The site address was selected in the deep underground of Falai Peak, which was planned by Yi Tian long ago. The area is not very large, and a total of 170 stone chambers have been set up.
Yi Tian has a magic weapon of seal. It's very easy to dig out a space in the underground.
It took 3 days to build a stone chamber by inlaying large stones in the palace. Then Yi Tian began to set up the field. It took 10 days for time field and gathering spirit field.
The realm of life and death is finally completed.
This field cost Yi Tian more than 1 million Xianyu and many precious materials. Fortunately, he gained a lot in the world of 10,000 spirits, otherwise it was impossible to set up such a large field. After the layout of the field, Yi Tian tested it, which was basically consistent with the effect described in the ancient book. In this way, he was completely relieved. At the beginning, I told the disciples of the temple to ensure that they would enter the Jade Park. However, before setting up these fields, there is no doubt that what he said was a picture pie, and now he can finally fulfill his promise. Of the 170 stone chambers, 100 are for the disciples of the Miluo Palace and 64 are for the Shinfeng army. The remaining 6 are mobile stone chambers left by Yi Tian himself. When the realm of life and death was completed, 100 disciples who had already been selected entered it. Yi Tian's vast resources were left in the palace library, and Li Dazhuang distributed them to his disciples according to the distribution system. For the temple of Miluo, Yi Tian can do this for the time being. However, such a field made countless disciples of the Miluo Palace crazy. There was a big competition among them. The purpose of Yi Tian's 2-month contest is to stimulate his disciples' fighting spirit, accumulate fighting experience and prepare for the future war. Outside Nanhai Guwu College. At this time, Yi Tian and Shi Xiong walk side by side in the street.
Yi, you are very good now. You have become a hero of all China. No one can imagine that you can reach such a high level in such a short time. The whole rhythm of saving the earth regards you as Superman.
Shi Xiong looked at his best friend and said with envy. Some things you don't understand, forced to a certain extent, only burst out, not burst out as dead.
What can Yi Tian Nun say?
The matter of rebirth is only known to Qin Luo God on earth, which is their common secret.
Well said, who forced you? Su Qing?
I think she must regret her marriage now.
You know what?
All the girls in Guwu College regard you as an idol.
How about the rhythm of crying and shouting to marry you? Choose one.
Shi Xiang joked, but he is not exaggerating. The girls in Guwu College are crazy about Yi Tian, which cannot be described in words. If Yi Tian is not the existence that all male students need to look up to, he will become the public enemy of all male students.
Don't talk about it. Everything about Su Qing is in the past.
She is now an ordinary disciple of the Miluo Palace, and our intersection is limited to this. I'll tell you, I've got a lover, but it's still a secret.
By the way, did your mother pick it up?
After chatting, Yi Tian begins to get down to business. When Yi Tian gave him 1,000,000 yuan, he gave him money to buy a house.
Not yet. My mother said that I can't spend your money all the time. No matter how much money you have, it's yours. My mother said that I should grow my ambition and make my own money in the future.
Now the college has given enough subsidies, but my mother is reluctant to live in Changbai Mountain, Shi Xiang said helplessly.
I'd better take my mother to me as soon as possible.
I've already arranged a place, which is in the Qin family manor in Jiangnan City. Moreover, I have made an agreement with President Zhang of Guwu College to let you go to the Miluo Palace for further study and keep the student status of Guwu College. All the subsidies are quite large, and you have a better chance to get the reward fund. Yi Tian put his hand on Shi Xiang's shoulder and said, There is a field in the Miluo Palace. The aura is 10 times of the outside world, and the time flow rate is twice as slow as the outside world. It can also improve the cultivation quality, and you will improve faster when you get there. There are more than 4,000 disciples in the Miluo Palace, but there are only 100 places.
I have specially reserved a few mobile ones, including you. Really, Guwu Academy agrees.
On hearing this, Shi Xiang was excited at that time.
Of course, you are my good brother, how can Guwu College disagree? Yi Tian smiles.
Well, I'll tell the dean that I can go there at any time. Shi Xiang readily agreed. Shi Xiang's affairs, Yi Tian has been arranged in the Miluo Palace and the Qin Manor, he and his mother can go there. During this period, Tianwai monks seemed to disappear, and no one showed up.
No matter Yi Tian's Liangxingkong or Shenfeng army found any trace of them. Yi Tian estimates that it may be hidden underground.
In this case, even the heartworm can't be found, and he doesn't have much time to find it a little bit. All the hands of the Shenfeng army have withdrawn to the Miluo Palace and let them practice.
Together with the dragon demon, they also let him come back.
It's not too late to leave the heartworm patrolling outside, once you find something, or if you have a push notice. In the Time and Space Tower, Yi Tian finished refining all the pills in 3 days and handed them to the temple disciples.
Dragon Demon's elixir was also delivered to him. At this time, Yi Tiankai felt more relaxed.
On this day, Yi Tianqin wakes up from his deep sleep and walks out of the Time Tower again.
Yi Tian specially made pills for these insects. He didn't let Yi Tian down.
The spirit insects that wake up all mutated in varying degrees. They looked more powerful than before.
How about their combat effectiveness?
All the things that should be dealt with have been dealt with.
Originally, Yi Tian wanted to stay in the Time and Space Tower to practice. However, it's time to do something about the temple.
On this day, Yi Tian called Moron Yan out and flew to Death Valley in western Fujian.
This is the Valley of Death, underground in Suihuang Valley. There is a field of life and death rhyme. Entering it, you will lose your vitality gradually, and it's also very troublesome to come out.
There are green grass outside the Valley of Death, and the valley is still lifeless. Yi Tian points to the Valley of Death outside the valley and introduces it. At that time, when talking about Suihuang with the Lord of the Temple, Moron Yan was nearby. She already knew all the information, but the others in the temple didn't know it. So, take her alone. After all, she is the only core disciple of the temple.
Yi Dao Yu is really extraordinary.
Such a powerful field can come and go freely, and he has discovered the secret.
Morong Yen really admires him.
Morong Yen looked at the dead valley, cannot help but praise. She knew that Yi Tian was the original Dandi, and she should have called Yi Tian the Elder. But out of some careful thinking, she chose to call Dao Yu. Only the title of leader, which is limited to the time when the Shinfeng army carries out its mission.
It's just a coincidence.
It's not worth mentioning.
Yi Tian doesn't want to talk more about it.
He never leaves the Valley of Death. The field of life and death rhyme is isolated from the mind.
Yi Tian doesn't know what's going on underground.
This is the eye of the demon world, and Yi Tian has to guard against it.
After half an hour, no abnormality was found. Yi Tian took a look at Morong Yen and said, "I'll go ahead and have a look. If there's no danger, it's not too late for Morong Taoist friends to go in again."
After such a long time, Yi Tian could not judge what was the situation of Sui Wang. Morong Yen has no opinion, but she has a better understanding of Yi Tian's caution. Yi Tianlu prepares to walk slowly into the Valley of Death with a fierce sword. Everything looks the same as before, you can feel the vitality in your body slowly passing. But such a loss rate, a drop of chemical liquid can make up for it. Yi Tian walked cautiously and slowly to the valley, about tens of meters away. Suddenly, the shadow in front of him flashed, and 4 strange people in black suddenly appeared in Yi Tian's field of vision.
These 4 strange people are all dressed in black clothes.
The clothes are very complicated.
The front of the robe is opened from the waist.
It looks like a tuxedo in front. There is a wide and thick belt around the waist, which is tightly tied. The shoulder is like 2 external shoulder pads, with a sharp cloth angle facing both sides.
The height of the 4 strange people is nearly Zhang. The most strange thing is their looks. Their faces are black, just like Africans.
There are 2 curved horns on their heads, and the thick hair covers their ears.
It's not much different from the demon king Yi Tian saw underground. It's definitely the demon clan.
Seeing the appearance of 4 strange people, Morong Yen was in a hurry and her figure flashed. She had entered the Valley of Death and stood beside Yi Tian.
"How did you get in?" Yi Tianman's head is black, and the strength of the 4 demons is unknown.
It's a good thing to say that after the girl comes in, she is undoubtedly a burden.
How can I turn a blind eye to danger? Morong Yen didn't think so much about it.
She held her sword and looked at the 4 strange people.
"It was you last time.
I smelled you." One of them pointed to Yi Tian with a huge black pestle in his hand and said the language of the human race.
"Yes, it's me.
It's very brave of you to detain our Terran friars."
"Now our Terran friars are still underground, aren't they?" Yi Tian asked without fear.
"If you offend the devil, you should die."
The demons yelled and ran to Yi Tian with a black pestle.
The speed was not so fast, but the momentum was amazing. They stepped on the ground and made a rumbling sound. Even the valley was shaking. Not in his heart, Yi Tian released all the spirit insects, such as clematis, shadowless snake, blood locust, snow spider and iron centipede. "Let's go for the weirdo."
Reptile. The strange man gave a cold hum, and his momentum exploded.
All the spirit insects who rushed up had no time to get close to him, but they were pounded around and flew away. Yi Tian and Morong Yan's faces are both discolored. The strength of this strange man is too terrible. It seems that he is no less powerful than Wan Zuenyo, the elder monster in the world of spirits.
That's all for today. I'll see you later.
Yi Tian says a word, pull Morong Yen to retreat slowly, at the same time divine idea move, summon back those spirit insects that are bounced to fly. Seeing the appearance of their quick return, Yi Tian knew that they were only impacted and not hurt. His heart was a little more stable.
Death strange people drink a word, step by step toward Yi Tian, the same shock to the earth. But the other 3 weirdos are in situ, and they don't move. They seem to be sure that this weirdo can take Yi Tian. In fact, it is true. With Yi Tian's and Morong Yan's accomplishments, Yi Tian knows that this is the inevitable result. Yi Tian pushed Morong Yan back. "You go back, don't get in the way."
This push, Moron Yen exclaimed, Yi Tian also feels soft touch, seems to push the wrong part.
But he didn't have time to pay attention to these details.
His gesture moved, and the grimace mask was already on his face. As soon as the mask came into contact with the face, it quickly melted into the skin and could no longer see any trace. At this time, Yi Tian felt a violent force in his body pouring into his whole body, and his realm was climbing. The violent force seemed to be breaking through the body, and there was no place to vent, and the whole person became furious. Like a bloodthirsty beast, my heart is full of killing. Yi Tian bites the tip of his tongue, and his mind suppresses the fury in his heart. The fierce sword in his hand has already been released. A 30 or 40 foot long sword light slashed down and chopped on the strange man in a flash.
The astonished strange man was split in two without any fighting back. Change the spirit. This is the skill of transforming the divine realm.
Huasu said that if you put on the mask of grimace, your strength will rise in 3 realms, which is true. Yi Tian's heart is inexplicably shocked, but the fierce sword in his hand never stops. The light of the sword rises again and cuts at the other 3 strange people.
A sword. A sword. Another sword.
A sword to kill a person, almost in a flash. Yi Tian has killed these 3 strange people in the Valley of Death.
Not far away, Moron Yen was stunned.
Yi Tian quickly put the 4 corpses together with their weapons into Shumi commandment, then came to Moron Yan's side in a flash, and pulled the stunned Moron Yen to the mouth of the valley. Although this kind of violent power is still there, Yi Tian doesn't know when it will disappear. Yi Tian has given up his mind to continue to investigate the whereabouts of Sui Wang. The only thing we want to do now is to leave the Valley of Death quickly.
This is the eye of the demon world. No one can guarantee that there will be a powerful demon family again.
At the mouth of the valley, Yi Tianyuan's eyes shine through and quickly moves in the black and white lines of the life and death rhyme field. A few minutes later, a slowly rotating black and white yin-yang fish slowly appears on the field.
Yi Tian asks Moron Yen to put her on the white yang fish which represents life.
Then he takes out the magic weapon cave and puts the 2 monks who come from outside on the black yin fish which represents death.
These 2 Tianwai friars are the comers who Yi Tian once captured and abandoned his cultivation. Yi Tian always keeps them to prepare for this life method. After finishing these, Yi Tian's figure floats and comes to Moron Yan's side. Yin-yang fish rotate faster and faster. At last, Yi Tian and Moron Yan disappear from yin-yang fish when black and white light suddenly flickers. At this time, the 2 people who had already come to the valley saw that there were more than a dozen strange people in black in the Valley of Death flying out of the ground and rushing towards the rotating yin-yang fish. Out!
Yi Tian's ferocious mana strikes the yin-yang fish, and the yin-yang fish slowly stops running, and finally dissipates into wandering black and white lines, as if the yin-yang fish had never appeared. At this time, Yi Tian only felt the fury of his body burst out, and the grimace mask slowly emerged from his face. Yi Tian's back to Moron Yen, a hold grimace mask, and then into the Shumi ring. At this time, I just felt like a serious illness, and my body was full of tired feeling. This kind of tired feeling Yi Tian is very familiar with, not only in this life, but also in his previous life when he was Emperor Dan.
This is the negative effect brought by the exhaustion of mana.
At this time, the friars will be the weakest both physically and mentally. Even the friars of realm status may kill you. Yi Tian almost subconsciously took out a drop of chemical liquid wrapped in medicine film and sent it to his mouth without hesitation. Because in the line of sight, the dozen-odd people in black have rushed to the field of life and death, and are attacking the field crazily, but their attack looks more like a bad pantomime performance.
There is no sound, only their angry expression can be seen.
Their attack seems to be powerful, but it doesn't produce much effect.
They don't even touch the field array.
It seems that all attacks have reached the empty space, and the field does not exist at all. It is an attack without target.
Don't worry, they can't get out.
Yi Tian looks directly at the scene in the Valley of Life and Death, pulls Moron Yen, who is still in terror, back slowly, and comforts the nun who just went into the Valley of Death and fought side by side. At the same time, at the moment when the liquid was sent to the entrance, it didn't disappoint him. The majestic aura burst out and turned into magic power to fill his elixir field. Even the fatigue that Yi Tian didn't like was swept away.
At this time, Yi Tian's heart is completely down. It's terrible. I thought we would all die here. I thought we would never leave here alive again.
Morong Yan's hand was still shaking, her steps were floating, and her voice completely exposed her fear. But when she spoke, her eyes were still looking at more than a dozen strange people in black in the field. After all, they failed to come out, but at this time, they were extremely irritable with black pestle or steel fork, and madly attacked any place they could attack. The ground and hills were filled with mud and gravel. In an instant, countless huge pits appeared in the originally flat valley of death. After 4 or 5 miles, Yi Tian and Morong Yan fly to an unknown tree in the rainforest, leaning on the branch of the tree, and continue to observe the valley of death. After a long time, the more than a dozen odd people had finished venting. They didn't know how and where they had gone. After this period of time, Morong Yan was relieved. Even in the Spirit Valley, she had never been so frightened, because Yi Tian was there at that time. But this time, she felt that she was so close to death that Yi Tiansu's invincible spirit insect was so vulnerable in front of that strange thing. It's terrible. However, when she thought of such a powerful strange man, she was killed by Yi Tian's sword one by one. Just as she knew Yi Tian, she twisted her body slightly on the branch of the tree and said with a bitter smile, "Yi Dante, you are really hiding my pain. Just now, the strength of Yedon Emperor should have changed the divine realm, right? The Medicine King and Shui Lao and the temple are all in the spirit state. I've seen them do it." Yi Tian wants to pretend to be a wolf with a big tail and recognize his accomplishments of transforming the divine realm. But at the thought of the consequences, he did not dare to pretend. If they really think that they have reached the realm of transforming the gods, they will not have to rely on them. They will not work so hard and even despise the enemy. They will have all kinds of harm but no benefit. He put his fist on his lips, coughed a few times, and said, "Do you have such a bad memory? In the world of 10,000 spirits, I have been breaking through the sea view, and only when I got out of the world of 10,000 spirits did I break through to Longmen. I just used some secret method to improve my state for a while, and then I escaped." Yi Tian estimates that Morong Yan didn't see in using the mask, or he didn't see it clearly. He didn't take it seriously, because no matter he took the mask or took it, he was facing Morong Yan with his back. Well. Morong Yan nodded slightly, obviously believing Yi Tian's words. She looked at Yi Tian and asked, "Can you teach me this secret method, Yi Dandi?" "In fact, I don't want to get the inheritance of any secret method from you. I know that all such secret methods have a great negative effect, just like spiritualism can reduce Shouyuan. If I learn, I can use this secret method to kill the enemy, and I can liberate you." Yi Tian knows that Morong Yan should not have lied. It's completely from her heart. When she stepped forward to enter the Valley of Death to face the powerful enemy with herself, Yi Tian completely recognized this man in her heart. But what is the secret technique just used? Instead, I put on the mask of grimace. How to teach this kind of thing? No way, Yi Tian had to start to make things up. Only men can use this secret skill, but women can't use it at all. Why? Morong Yan asked, puzzled. Yi Tian sighed helplessly. Alas, the structure of men and women is different, so there are some secrets that men can use, but women can't, and there is no way to do it. Morong Yan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't say it at last. What else can I say? Do you want to discuss with Yi Tian where the structure of men and women is different? Then we will discuss the influence of these differences on the application of the secret method? Deeply looking at Yi Tian, she changed the topic. "Yi Daoyu, this demon clan looks very powerful. If you don't say anything else, just a dozen of them in the Death Valley. As long as they come out of the Death Valley, it's definitely a disaster for the Earth Star. As you can guess, your secret method can't be used often, otherwise it won't be used for the first time in life and death. If those strange people come out, is there any way to deal with them? There are always ways. There are more difficulties than ways." Yi Tian insists on saying that if more than 10 yuan baby-level demons come out, as Morong Yan said, he really can't deal with them. Unless you ask the temple for help. However, the question is there only a dozen in the demon world? What if there are more high-level demons? I'm afraid the power of the temple may not work at that time. What's more, the high-level monks of the temple can't come for the time being.
The invasion of the demon world seems to be imminent.
The ancient book Yi Tian got from on Yuan Mountain has some descriptions of the natural life and death rhyme field. According to the book, the reason why the natural life and death rhyme field exists is that it represents the existence of the field of life and death, so it affects the external natural factors. Yi Tian is very clear that under the valley of death, there is a circle of reincarnation of life and death.
The Sui Emperor represents life, and the Devil Emperor represents death.
Reincarnation of life and death, extract the immortal yuan of Sui Huang, nourish the corpse of the Devil Emperor. The alternation of life and death is the cause of the field of life and death rhyme. Once the reincarnation of life and death is stopped one day, the field of life and death rhyme will die out completely. The demon world may come out of the eye of the demon world, completely out of the valley of death, and harm the earth. Therefore, Sui Huang knew the result, and he could not leave the reincarnation array. But calculate, Sui Huang once said, the demon world still has 2 years, abide by a certain contract, see has passed more than 4 months, from contract time is getting closer and closer.
It's almost as tricky as the things in the netherworld. I really can't. Go to Fengsuan spirit realm then. The temple will protect you. Ce Tian Brao Lock, a pair of insincere strong support appearance, Moron Yen light voice way. Let's talk about it then. We have to work hard anyway. Yi Tian gently shook his head, just now you were frightened, go into the cave to breathe. All right. Moron Yen looks at Yi Tian and nods. Yi Tian took out the magic weapon cave and put it in the dense trees of the rainforest.
Many trees were pressed to the ground in a moment.
After Moron Yen entered the cave, Yi Tian narrowed the magic weapon cave and took in Shumi Jia.
Finally, I took a look at the valley of life and death. Looking at the messy pit inside, Yi Tian's figure flashed away from here.
In a valley 100 miles away, Yi Tian stops.
After looking around, he sat down with his knees crossed, took out the mask from Shumi commandment and observed it carefully. No matter with the divine idea or the eye of heaven, there is no abnormality. It seems that it has never been used in general.
Isn't that scientific?
Yi Tian is very clear that the violent power must come from the grimace mask, rather than stimulating his own potential.
It is a pure external thing. But after use, why is there no trace? Finally, Yi Tian didn't understand what was going on, so he had to put the mask away. Then, he took out a demon corpse from Zumaji and put it on the grass in front of him. The demon corpse is tall, nearly zhang tall, and strong as a cow. Yi Tian uses Yuan Tian's eye to observe carefully, and from time to time he meditates and changes his look. After a long time, Yi Tian took out the other 3 corpses and observed them one by one. On the wrist of each demon corpse, there is a magic weapon similar to a bracelet, which is the storage bracelet of their demon world. For demon corpses, for storage bracelets, Yi Tian successively imprinted with divine thoughts to check the contents. After a long time, Yi Tian Kai put away the 4 demon storage bracelets and their weapons, and then popped up 4 flames to incinerate the corpse. Except Moron Yen, no one knows that Yi Tian killed 4 powerful demons in the Valley of Death. Even Moron Yen didn't know that Yi Tian was in the unknown valley here.
He checked the things of the demons and studied the body of the demons.
No one knows what Yi Tian found here? Since then, Yi Tian never mentioned it to anyone.
After returning to the Miluo Palace, Yi Tian began to practice in the Time and Space Tower.
Time passes day by day, and more than 2 months pass quietly in the twinkling of an eye.
On this day, Yi Tian opened his eyes from the cultivation, said to Qin Luo God in the air, and walked out of the Time and Space Tower. In the main hall of the Miluo Palace, Yi Tian met the elder who came to look for him. Now, he has officially taken over the position of the patriarch. Lord Yi, the disciples who stayed abroad sent back the news that there was a strange image of Xianshan opening on the other side of the South China Sea. That's why they disturbed the master Qingxiu and told him about it. Now the overseas Lingchong sect is an affiliated sect. For the sake of safety, most of the Lingchong sect disciples and Sangxingdong disciples stayed in the temple. However, from time to time, they were the official disciples of the temple, unable to enjoy the right to practice in the realm of life and death. However, it's absolutely safe here. No one will worry that the friars will make trouble one day. After hearing this news, Tian inquired about the situation in detail, and was ready to go overseas to see what was going on. After seeing off the leader of Lingchong's sect, Tian asked several people about the situation. The people who came were Dragon Demon, Shensuanzi, Morongyan and Chu Shangyun. The Dragon Demon is mainly about the defense of the Miluo Palace. No one is making trouble during this period, and the Dragon Demon has been in cultivation. Fortunately, taking the pills Tian gave him, this guy's realm has improved by leaps and bounds, and has reached the middle of the 4th stage. It's enough to fight the friars in Jindan. There are many things about Shensuanzi, mainly related to the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association. Because some time ago, Tianwai friars were more fierce, which led to the mutiny of many Huaxia mountain people in the Wuming, and the Wuming fell apart. After the First World War of Yendu North, Tianwai monks took refuge one after another, and the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association then commanded the Shunwei army composed of all monks to carry out the suppression action. The level of monks in the Shunwei army is not high. Generally, the cave is 3 or 4 levels high. The Ancient Martial Arts Research Association asked the Shunfeng army for help. This is what the Shunwei operator did. One of the other things is that lectures at Yendu Guwu College and Nanhai Guwu College are also organized by divine operators. In addition to the Miluo Palace, Tian also attached great importance to the Ancient Martial Arts College and spared no effort in helping. Chu Shangyun is in charge of Zongmen affairs, and Mu Rongyan is in charge of searching for Tianwai friars. Both of them are relatively calm and have more time to practice. Tian has a simple understanding of Zongmen's affairs, and then makes the illusion of going back to practice. But it is a cover-up, quietly left the temple. Early the next morning, on the boundless waves of the South China Sea, Tian's figure flashed and the mountain was now here. At this time, Tian had changed into a simple and honest young man. He suppressed his cultivation in the 8th floor of the cave, which was not high or low for the mountain people. The crisis of the earth is imminent. In 2 months, Tian has spent a lot of spiritual resources. He has reached the middle stage of the Longmen realm and is fully accomplished. He only needs to stabilize the realm to attack the later stage of the Longmen realm. This speed can be said to be very adverse. However, in Tian's heart, this speed is still not enough. Xianshan out, Tian will not miss this opportunity, at least to see what is going on. At this time, from his position, we can already see that in the distant sea area, a piece of colored glow comes down from the sky, and the virtual shadow of a big mountain slowly emerges in the haze. In the deep sunlight, there is a kind of fairy music, which vaguely spreads to the ear. Tian drives a very ordinary flying sword and flies slowly towards the virtual shadow of the mountain. As Tian is now playing the role of a monk in this realm, few people can own flying swords, but it is by no means unique. Tian left a large number of spirit tools and magic weapons in the library of the Miluo Palace, and some disciples have reached the conditions to get the magic weapon flying sword. In the flight, Tian can occasionally see some escape light flying past, flying towards the virtual shadow of the mountain. 2 of them are from the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association, and one is actually the new leader of the overseas Lingchong sect, the Old Elder. However, Tian recognized him, but he did not recognize Tian. Another escape light flies quickly from behind. Tian makes a move suitable for the monk of this cultivation realm, stops his flying sword, flashes to the side, and gives way to a road. That way dodges light to stay slightly in the leaf day not far away, saw leaf day one eye, then flew away. This monk's Longmen realm is a strange face, which Tian has never seen before. Tian knows all the monks who have reached the Longmen realm in China. As soon as he appears, Tian decides that he should be a monk from the square-inch spiritual realm. If you're not honest, I'll settle with you when the Xianshan affair is over. Tian thinks so, but he doesn't fight against him, and continues to fly to the virtual shadow of the mountain. One after another, I saw some Dunguang. The monks were all in Longmen realm, and they were all in Fengsuan spirit realm. The monks came to look for Xianji. It's strange that Xianshan didn't arouse their interest. Before the end of Xianshan, Tian doesn't want to start. The most important thing is Xianshan. As the virtual shadow of the mountain gets closer and closer, and the Sur sky's eye shines through, Tian is surprised to find that the highest mountain can't see the top at a glance and goes straight into the sky. Before the sun was too bright, and there were clouds and mists to cover it, so I couldn't find this situation. Such a strange situation. If there is no fairy machine on the earth, I'm afraid Yi Tian himself will not believe it. As the saying goes, look at the mountain, run dead horse. Looking at the fairy mountain in my eyes, it seemed that it was not far away, but Yi Tian had been flying for 6 or 7 hours before he got closer, as if he was flying, and the fairy mountain was also flying in the same direction. According to the elder of the overseas Lingchong sect, the appearance of Xianshan does not disappear in a day or two. It usually takes half a month, and only once in 50 or 60 years. Since there is plenty of time, Yi Tian doesn't exert himself. More than 10 hours later, when the sky turned into night and the sun rose again, Yi Tian Kai flew to the so-called fairy mountain. Such a close view of the fairy mountain, it's towering, people cannot help but fear, as if in front of this mountain, everything seems so small, nothingness. The mountain stands on top of heaven and earth, and its height can't be seen from the extreme. People are like mole ants in front of the mountain. At this time, the sun came down from the sky and dyed the whole mountain, making the fairy mountain like a thunderbolt, a layer of holy golden light, which made people worship. Yi Tian flew slowly around the mountain.
Yuantian's eye was shining on the mountain and observed the terrain.
It took him nearly 3 hours to go around the mountain.
He basically looked at the general situation of Xianshan.
In addition to a pass, there is a white ladder leading to the mountain. The rest of the whole fairy mountain is equipped with no-fly fields. How much work does it take to set up such a huge field? Yi Tian looks at the masterpiece that can hardly appear in other people, and is secretly absorbed.
At this time, the biggest question in his heart was, what is there on the fairy mountain? In line of sight, someone began to climb up the stairs, a reluctant look.
Some monks tried to fly to the fairy mountain to find out, but they could not fly at all. They could not even fly on the steps, so they could only climb step by step.
Some climb, others wait and see. Sometimes someone stopped watching and stepped up the steps. Yi Tian has a look.
In front of the stone terraces, there are already 120 or 200 people, most of whom are Tianwai monks. And some people have been unable to bear loneliness, began to climb up along the white stone steps. After looking at it for a moment, he saw 30 or 40 people walking up one after another.
Yi Tian didn't neglect him either.
He drove the flying sword to the bottom of the steps and took it back. He took a look at those Tianwai friars and stepped on the first step. On the stone ladder, Yi Tian feels something abnormal, and steps up the second stone ladder. The stone ladder leading to the mountain is extremely steep, but it is nothing to Yi Tian. Then he quickens his pace and climbs up step by step. After climbing hundreds of stone ladders, Yi Tian feels a little strange. It seems that there is a gravity field on the stone ladder.
When climbing, he will feel a little heavier than before.
But it's just a little heavy, and it still has no effect on Yi Tian.
Yi Tian walked as usual and walked up easily.
At the 2,800 level stone terrace above, Meng Haoren, president of the Ancient Martial Arts Research Association, wiped the sweat on his forehead, looked up at the stone terrace extending into the deep clouds, took a heavy breath, and continued to lift his legs up. However, his movements were very slow, as if he had a great weight on his feet. The stone ladder was not high, only half a foot high. In ordinary times, he could only climb it by raising his feet. But now, it was like a natural moat, which could not be crossed at all. Finally, he sat on the stone ladder, slowly recovering his mana, ready to rest for a while to continue climbing. Just as he sat down, he saw a white light coming towards him from somewhere in the fairy mountain.
Meng Haoren was startled and wanted to dodge.
The white light suddenly slowed down, turned into a flying sword and slowly flew to Meng Haoren.
Meng Haoren took it, looked at the direction of the top of the mountain, and sighed, "Finally, I failed." He should know more about the fairy mountain. If the fairy mountain is endowed with treasures, it means that the climbing is a failure and all the opportunities in the future have been lost. But as a reward for climbing to a certain position, the sword naturally belongs to the climber. Holding the flying sword, Meng Haoren was wrapped by a ball before he had time to look at it carefully. The next moment, he appeared in front of the first step under the fairy mountain. Meng Haoren was extremely unwilling.
He tried to climb the first stone ladder again. However, it was still an easy step for him just now, but it was still insurmountable.
I tried for a long time, but I didn't get over it. Meng Haoren had to shake his head and retreated into the distance. However, when he saw the flying sword in his hand, he was very happy. It was a top magic weapon, flying sword, which was much better than the magic weapon he used now. This is also a little comfort. But he didn't leave. He just stepped back and continued to wait and see. He would like to see what happened to Xianshan. If he can get something, maybe he will have another chance to climb it in the future. Hand over your sword and you will not die. While he was waiting, suddenly two Tianwai friars in the middle of Longmen realm came to Meng Haoren. One of them reached out to Meng Haoren and said, Meng Haoren is just a monk at the top of the Seedview realm, let alone two Longmen realms. Even if he is in one realm, he can only die. However, there was no panic in his eyes, but he said, I'm afraid you two are wrong. This is the earth. On the fairy mountain of the South China Sea, do you still want to be rampant? Don't you forget the strength of the Sacred Wind Army and fear that they will strangle you? I advise you to keep a low profile. It's important to live. The two monks took a look at each other, released their mind, looked around, and found nothing unusual. They were bold. Just now, the man said with a grim smile, the Sacred Wind Army has some ways, but they may not know what happened here. The distant water can't save the near fire. If we kill you, we can hide casually, and the Sacred Wind Army may not be able to find it. Meng Haoren was awestruck, but he was still shocked and put his hand in front of him. He didn't know when he had a mobile phone in his hand. I just dialed the leader of Shinfeng army. He already knew what happened here. You can only ask for your own happiness. Well, if you know what he can do, he can kill us with an idea? The friar sneered that day. Meng Daoyu, turn on hands-free. At this time, Yi Tian's voice came from the phone. Meng Haoren directly pressed the hands-free button. 2. The leader of Shinfeng army has something to say to you. Almost at the same time, Yi Tian's voice came from the phone again. Because he turned on the hands-free button, it sounded very clear. Monks of the square-inch spirit realm, listen, if there is any evil intention on earth, I am not here, but I have an idea that I can kill you at any time. Well, if you have this ability, you won't be intimidating here. An idea is going to kill us. I'm afraid the old monsters can't do it. We'll kill this man today. How do you want to kill us? The friar burst out laughing. Meng Haoren's face turned pale. He could not run because of his cultivation. At this time, he regretted that he underestimated the courage of Tianwai monk. He should not come to Xianshan to seek this opportunity. Well, I'll make it up to you. Yi Tian is also a cold hum on the phone. Before the cold hum fell, the two friars suddenly spattered blood on their chest. There was a terrible blood hole in both of them. They could not stand on the flying sword and fell straight to the sea. Humph, you're a dead thing. Yi Tian's voice came from the phone. Listening to Yi Tian's voice, looking at the scene in front of him, Meng Haoren only felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart, but also some creepy. How powerful is Yi Tian? Fortunately, he dialed Yi Tian's phone for the first time. At that time, he just wanted to scare those monks outside the sky. Who could have thought that Yi Tian killed two monks and longmen with one idea? However, the next moment, Meng Haoren's pupils shrink. A few miles away, 3 Tianwai monks suddenly burst out blood holes on their bodies and fell to the sea. Hardly a few seconds later, another monk fell in the same state. Seeing this, more than 100 monks from afar fled. However, as if they were cursed, one by one they burst out blood holes and fell from the flying sword. But in a short time, there were more than 30 days outside the monk died. Meng Haoren took a long breath, released his mind and continued to observe. The death of Tianwai monk did not stop. The scattered friars of Tianwai are still dying. One by one, their bodies fall from the sky and sink into the sea. But in 4 or 5 minutes, Meng Haoren's Tianwai monks all died suddenly. There are more than 100 of them. For the first time, Tianwai monks who entered the fairy mountain to climb the stone ladder all fell here. Not to mention that, on the steep stone ladder shrouded by clouds, a monk from Tianwai suddenly ran down crazily. But when he ran away,
he suddenly burst out a blood hole in his body and fell on the stone ladder.
He saw that he was dead. This is just the beginning.
More and more Tianwai monks run down, as if they saw something terrible, and their faces turn pale. Just as they stepped down the last stone ladder, they were killed by the explosion. Even so, still can't stop those days outside friars to run down the pace. Without exception, they all died in the first stone ladder. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that this situation changed, and no more Tianwai monks appeared. It seems that the space between heaven and earth is empty, and the friars who are still very active have all become corpses at this time. Meng Haoren made a visual inspection and found that there were 50 or 60 monks falling down the first stone ladder.
Meng Haoren can't help shaking his body. It's fear and excitement. No doubt, it's all done by Yi Tian, but Yi Tian is so terrible?
Chairman Meng, these days all the monks' Shumi commandments are collected and sent to the Miluo Palace to Li Dezhuang, the palace storehouse. Yi Tian's voice came out again from the phone that had never been turned off.
Yes, Chief Yi, it must be delivered.
Meng Haoren hastily agreed, but he did not realize that the dialogue between himself and Yi Tian had unconsciously become the command and obedience relationship between the superior and the subordinate.
Meng Haoren didn't dare to neglect him.
He first went down the first stone ladder and collected the dead monks' Shumi precepts. Then he went into the sea to search for the bodies of Tianwai monks. In the position of about 500 steps, Yi Tian reaches for a move.
2 4-step shadowless snakes come to Yi Tian with a string of Shumi commandments.
The transparent body can hardly be seen with the naked eye.
It looks like those Shumi precepts are climbing up in a row.
These 2 shadowless snakes are the ones that have just been sold. Yi Tian has no use for any of the other spirit insects. The shadowless snake, fed with pills and sleeping, is far more than it was when it was caught from Changgu in southern Yunnan. After the mutation, not only did the shadowless snake produce 4 transparent feet, which were more sensitive and faster than before, but also the realm reached the 4th peak.
As long as you go further, you can advance to the 5th level.
The 4th peak is already the peak of the Golden Elixir realm equivalent to the Terran friars. It doesn't take much effort to deal with those friars who are still in the Longmen realm. Not only the monk who came to heaven outside the fairy mountain was killed by the shadowless snake, but also the monk Yi Tian who climbed the stone ladder was not used to it. If you are not of my race, your heart will be different.
Yi Tian doesn't have that kind heart.
It's estimated that through this incident, even if there are other monks participating in it, they will not dare to do anything wrong. Yi Tian put the 2 shadowless snakes into the spirit beast ring and continued to climb forward. The gravity of each stone ladder is gradually increasing, which may have some impact on ordinary monks, but for Yi Tian, there is absolutely no problem. 1,000 levels, level 2,000, level 3,000, level 4,000. Yi Tian ascended step by step, always walking on the ground. Along the way, whenever you see the figure of the friars outside the sky, Yi Tianwu kills them a mile away. While climbing, Yi Tian observes the mysterious fairy mountain.
When he climbs to 10,000 level, he unexpectedly finds a clue.
Judging from some signs, this immortal mountain is an artifact, which may even reach the level of immortal or holy instrument. This discovery surprised Yi Tian and made him more cautious. However, the strong curiosity still trend him to climb up step by step. By about level 20,000, Yi Tian felt that the gravity of the stone ladder was so terrible that he had to struggle to climb it. Looking at the top is still no end. I do not know how high the stone ladder, Yi Tian cannot help but frown.
If you increase the gravity in this way, it is estimated that you will not be able to reach the top with your current cultivation. Fairy Mountain, Fairy Mountain. Is there really an immortal machine, or is there some kind of trap in it?
Yi Tian climbs and observes carefully with Yuan Tian eye. It's a pity that there is no more valuable discovery except to make sure that the fairy mountain is man-made. After climbing more than 500 levels, just when Yi Tian thought he could climb 2,000 or 3,000 levels at most according to his current gravity level, he suddenly felt a loosening at his feet, and the extremely heavy sense of bondage suddenly disappeared. It was as if I had returned to the first stone ladder.
Yi Tian looked around in surprise. He looked up again at the misty stone ladder and continued to climb. Whoosh!
All of a sudden, a strong wind blade came to him. Yi Tian's right hand suddenly hit the wind blade to meet him. With a bang, the wind blade was broken without any suspense, and became countless pieces and disappeared in the invisible.
Ha!
Yi Tian's eyes were fixed and he looked at his right hand. He immediately determined that the wind blade was not a real wind blade, it was just an illusion.
Fantasy, but so real. If you didn't break the wind blade with your own hands, you can't find that the wind blade is fake.
Some strange, Yi Tian continued to climb a step.
Whoosh! 2 times, there is a wind blade on the left and right. Yi Tian's 2 hands move at the same time and smash the 2 wind blades again. It's still fake.
As he climbed the 3rd stone step, the number of wind blades that hit him became 3.
Yi Tian didn't hesitate to break all the 3 wind blades.
They all looked like real ones, and even the source I could not distinguish them. Yi Tian worries that if he doesn't smash it, if any blade is real, there may be other accidents. Every time you climb 1 more step, the wind blade will be added 1 more step. With all of Yi Tian's smashing, Yi Tian gradually finds a strange phenomenon, that is, his ability of perceiving wind attributes seems to be enhanced.
It's not an illusion.
Yi Tian broke all the wind blades on a stone ladder, and then he waved a wind blade. Unexpectedly, this wind blade was stronger and faster than the strongest wind blade he could send before.
I didn't expect such benefits. Fairy Mountain.
Even if there is no other immortal machine, it's just that the benefit is worth it. Yi Tian raised the spirit of 12 points, continued to climb forward, and broke all the attack blades at any time. In this case, Yi Tian had the illusion that he was back to the era of playing video games in junior high school.
It's like fighting monsters, killing one by one, and then exploding props.
And here, props are to make their own perception of the wind property constantly enhanced. In fact, as Yi Tian ascended the steps, he even felt that his steps were more light, his hands came and went like the wind, and his speed was faster. Combined with the magic weapon of the boots, when the wind blades reach more than 40, they can still be smashed in a moment, and not at one time.
It's broken one by one.
This situation deeply shocked Yi Tian himself. Before climbing the fairy mountain, the speed of attack was beyond my imagination.
Keep climbing.
Windblade continued to fly out, still all are illusions, illusions of the rail. And more wind blades appear, and there are also some time differences. All wind blades do not fly out at one time, but in some mysterious way. Yi Tian concentrated all his attention, and an illusory circle shadow flashed around him, like a 1,000-handed Avalokitesphera. The speed of his fist has reached a sensational level. Next, there are more and more wind blades, and they are no longer flying in a straight line. Some of them change direction in flight and fly out in a curved path. Yi Tian still tries his best to attack, not to miss a blade, but to smash it all. As he continued to climb in this way, Yi Tian had a kind of insight again. Unconsciously, he seemed to be stepping on some magical footwork when he defeated the wind blade. If you want to defeat all the wind blades, you not only have to be quick, but also have to step on some specific directions. With this kind of speculation, Yi Tian continues to feel that it is true.
With the constant coming of the wind blade, Yi Tian's footwork becomes more and more proficient.
On the narrow stone ladder, there are not only their own shadow, but also their own shadow everywhere. It's impossible to find out which is the real body or which is the phantom. As a great friar of Yupu realm in his previous life, Yi Tian's insight was not comparable to that of ordinary people.
He soon understood the application of this body method.
When facing the enemy, whether it is to avoid the opponent's attack or to launch an attack on the other side, under the cooperation of this body method and technique, we can not only stand in an invincible position, but also get twice the result with half the effort.
And another kind of harvest is still the understanding of the wind attribute.
It seems that even if this fairy mountain is made by human beings, it has no malice to the friars. All these are gifts to the friars. This kind of wind blade always appears.
Yi Tian did not know how many steps he had climbed and how many blades he had defeated. He never stopped.
In the middle, he took a drop of nature liquid, added mana, and constantly defeated the wind blade. Until 2 days later, he climbed a wider step, and at this time, there was no wind blade on the fairy mountain. Yi Tiankai took a long breath, but he still had some feeling that he didn't have enough. At this time, he felt as if he had changed completely. He felt like a gust of wind. The perception of wind attributes has reached an incredible extreme. He sent out more than 10 wind blades, which were flying rapidly in the air in a certain shape, forming the word leaf and the word sky.
Or at the same time, the word Yi Tian can be formed. Those wind blades almost change with Yi Tian's mind. As long as his mind changes, the wind blades will move accurately. This is totally unimaginable in Yi Tian's past.
The wind blade, like a brick thrown out at random, may have a curved trajectory, but it will never hover or turn.
It's just a simple try.
Yi Tian still has many ideas for specific applications, but he won't waste too much time trying them here.
Standing on the wide stone ladder, Yi Tian looked up and couldn't see the stone ladder on the side. He raised his legs and took another step.
Stepping on the stone ladder, Yi Tian can't help but marvel at the changes of Xianshan. At the moment of stepping on the stone ladder, a terrible thunder fell from the sky and fell to Yi Tian without warning. Yi Tian's eyes congealed, and his right hand rushed to thunder.
Mirage, still mirage.
Yi Tian punches on the thunder, and the seemingly terrible thunder turns into innumerable lightning debris splashing around.
What a fairy mountain!
Yi Tian concentrated for a moment, savored it carefully, and raised his head to the sky for a long time.
He generally wanted to understand the meaning of thunder.
Like the wind blades, the wind blade is to enhance the wind attribute perception ability, while thunder is to enhance the thunder attribute perception ability.
If you can successfully climb the top, Yi Tian believes that he will get unimaginable benefits. Now that he has found the benefits that thunder can bring to him, Yi Tian has gathered all his mind and quickly defeated more and more thunder step by step. Boom! Boom! The thunder and fist-pounding sounds sounded one after another. Although it was only an illusion, it seemed that the power was very terrible and the momentum was very frightening. However, only Yi Tian knows that this is just an appearance. In fact, no matter the thunder or the effect of thunder impact, it is fake. The only real thing is that after the thunder illusion is smashed, the thunder sense that you get can be continuously enhanced. Step by step up the extension, as if endless appearance. Thunder appears more and more. Gradually, Yi Tian feels another wonderful phenomenon.
In addition to the deeper and deeper understanding of the attributes of thunder, it seems that the power of thunder is also refining its own body. This makes Yi Tian extremely surprised.
In Guishu of Kunlun, Yi Tian achieved perfect immortal body. In Death Valley, Sui Wang absorbed Yuansui body, and Yi Tian achieved immortal body. Originally, he felt that his body had reached a very high level, but here, after Lei Tian hit his fist again and again, Yi Tian felt that there was some thunder force in his body. My constitution continues to change, improve, and become stronger.
With such a guess, Yi Tian in the follow-up thunder more carefully observed. After climbing dozens of steps, Yi Tian finally confirmed that it is.
Sure enough, the power of thunder has such a magical effect. Fairy mountain or fairy where?
Although I don't know what will appear behind the fairy mountain, Yi Tian has been shocked to the point of no more.
What would happen if a clan owns Xianshan?
It will be wonderful for the disciples of the sect to climb the immortal mountain every day to enhance their perception ability of all the attributes of wind and thunder. At the same time, it can harden the body, which has a magical effect.
It's hard to have the sect of Xianshan. But Yi Tian also thinks like this.
He can feel that there is an extremely strong brand of divine thoughts on the immortal mountain. That brand of divine thoughts is too much stronger than himself, even so strong that he can only look up to it.
This idea just flashed by.
Now Yi Tian just feels the attribute of thunder with his heart. Feeling the subtle changes of the physical body, he is looking forward to how strong his physical body can be after this stage of constant thunder.
Time goes by bit.
The golden light is bright and the fog is steaming. On the fairy mountain, a figure in the fog and golden light, step by step up the climb.
At this height, I don't know how many miles above the sea.
The steps under my feet are submerged in the golden light and clouds. The steps above were also submerged in golden light and clouds. Only on this step where Yi Tian is, there are thunders falling and being smashed by Yi Tian.
Unconsciously, a day and a night passed. Thunder finally no longer appears. Yi Tian has stepped on a broader step. The thunder is finally over.
Yi Tian let out a long cry here. The road is long, looking up is still endless steps. Up to now, he felt that his perception of lay attribute had reached the peak. But as for the degree of physical strengthening, he can't say exactly, he can only feel much stronger. I only heard that on top of immortal body, there is a highest level of body refining that no one has ever reached. That is immortal body. I don't know how far away I am from immortal body. There is no time to think about it carefully. With infinite expectation, Yi Tian continues to step onto a new stage. Sure enough, Yi Tian's eyes coagulate. After the wind and thunder, it is the attribute of 5 elements. And the stone ladder he is climbing now is the firestone ladder in the 5 elements. A huge fireball fell from the sky, and Yi Tian smashed it with a skillful punch. Mars scattered in the wind, and finally disappeared in the vast golden light and fog, and no trace was found. Continue to climb, the number of fireballs gradually increases, just like the previous version of countless steps. With the increasing number of climbing stone ladder, the number of fireballs also increases. The perception of fire attribute. This is the understanding of the fire attribute. With the constant destruction of the fireball, Yi Tian's understanding of the fire attribute is also growing. Chance against the sky. Yi Tianqing constantly sighed that at the beginning of the fairy mountain, he could not imagine that this mysterious fairy mountain had brought such great benefits to himself. Yi Tian quickly moves his hand, his body turns into empty shadows, and his fist also turns into empty shadows. Every fireball he smashed was defeated by him, just like a thunderbolt. He didn't know what would happen if he missed one, but he didn't try. In a word, it was a strange feeling. It seemed that if he missed one, the fire attribute would not be perfect. While increasing the perception of fire attribute, Yi Tian also finds another great benefit. That is, the original spirit fire in his elixir field is becoming bigger and stronger. Although this kind of change is only a little bit, if you don't feel it carefully, I'm afraid you won't find this kind of change. But this kind of change really exists, Is it true that I am the son of Qi Yun, and this fairy mountain exists for myself? Yi Tian couldn't help roaring, moving his body as fast as lightning, and waving his fist to the fireball again and again. You should know that since you have practiced Sui Wangguan, the improvement of the original spirit fire in your body is basically enhanced by the improvement of the realm. Relying on external forces to improve only 2 times, one is the dragon yen that engulfs the dragon demon, the other is the samadhi fire that merges with Sui Huang. But that trace of samadhi fire is too small. Although the quality of the original spirit fire has been improved due to the integration of samadhi fire, it still can't satisfy Yi Tian completely. But now it's time. Climbing the fairy mountain, the stone ladder of the fireball falling down, with the fireball smashing again and again, the original real fire in the body unexpectedly becomes stronger and stronger, and the flame becomes stronger and hotter. With this advantage, Yi Tian in calm mind, no distractions, a level of rock climbing, waving double boxing to break those fireballs. I don't know how long later, Yi Tian finally met another big stone ladder. Yi Tian looked up at the top, as if the stone ladder above had never changed. He couldn't see the top at a glance. Everywhere is the golden light, everywhere is the cloud transpiration. He licked his lips and stepped up the stone ladder again. What kind of attribute is this? With expectation and curiosity, the first time Yi Tian's steps fall on the stone ladder, he stares away. But I saw a green bubble crashing down. It's not appropriate to say that it's a bubble. The bubble should be floating, but this green bubble is flying in a strange way, changing its position in the air. It seems to ignore Yi Tian at all. As soon as he appears, he will fly away from afar. Yi Tian, how willing to let it fly away, body movement, as if with the wind swing in general, came to the green ball in a moment, a boxing route. The feeling of wood property. Yi Tian continued to climb, crushing all the green balls. In this case, he is familiar with it. In addition to the perception of wood properties, Yi Tian miraculously found that because he defeated the green ball, he felt more vigorous in his body. What is vitality? It is the energy of life. If it is more specific, it can be directly explained by resilience and longevity. Yes, it's an endless feeling, as if I will never die out, and I will always be full of vitality.
This is what Yi Tian feels when he climbs again and again, defeats the green balls again and again, until he defeats all the green balls and steps on a new broad stone terrace.